Tonight, you'll discover the sound of wind against an old wooden sail, the hush of fog curling between rocky shores, and the quiet breath of a Norse sailor who no longer knows what he's chasing. Out there past the jagged fjords and midnight sun, past the salt-caked longships and the echo of distant drums, is a man named Eric. Once a warrior on the sea, once a raider, once a name shouted in feasting halls, and now, he is just a man returning home, step by step, to a coastline he barely remembers how to call his own. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And feel free to share where you're listening from and what time it is there. It always amazes me how far this little world of ours stretches. Now, dim the lights for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The story begins with a man alone on a stony shore, where pine trees lean toward the sea like they're listening. The sky is the color of iron, the clouds stacked like ancient mountains, and somewhere in the distance, a gull calls out once sharp, questioning, unanswered. Eric's boots are soaked through, the kind of wet that makes your bones forget they're warm-blooded. His hands are cracked from years of salt and sword and sorrow. And yet here he is, dragging a wooden skiff ashore, the rope biting into his palms like a reminder you're still alive. He hasn't spoken in days, not because he has nothing to say, but because the silence says it better. After all, how do you explain the things that change inside you when your enemies stop being monsters and start being boys? Or when your victories feel more like burdens than badges? The village he left years ago still stands, though quieter now. Roofs lean at odd angles. Smoke no longer curls from half the chimneys. A child watches him from behind a shed, then disappears, like a ghost that doesn't need to haunt anyone anymore. Even his old family longhouse has caved in on itself, timbers rotted, memories drowned. He doesn't stay long. Instead, he follows a winding trail that breaks away from the village, climbing toward a cliffside overlooking the fjord. His breath comes in cold puffs, matching the rhythm of the sea below. Every so often, he glances at the horizon not to see what's coming, but to feel the width of the world. There's a myth among his people, whispered when the mead runs low and the fire burns blue, that the sea keeps what it wants, not just ships or bodies or treasures, but grief too. And if you're lucky, if you're very quiet, it might even give something back. Eric doesn't believe in luck anymore, but he does believe in wind. And tonight, the wind carries something strange, a scent of wood smoke and herbs. Not the kind used in village kitchens, but older, earthier, monastic. He follows it, up the cliffside path. The stones shift beneath his boots, as if the land isn't sure it wants him back. Moss clings to the edges of everything, and the further he walks, the more the world narrows to simple things, footsteps, breath, heartbeat, air. At the summit, He finds a cairn, a stack of stones that wasn't there when he was a boy. Someone has been here. And just beyond the rise, tucked behind a copse of windswept pine, stands a small hut. Smoke rises from its chimney. Not much, just a ribbon, like a whisper escaping a deep meditation. He doesn't knock. He waits. And then the door opens. Out steps a man whose age is hard to guess. His robes are simple, undyed wool, loosely draped. His beard is long, his hair longer. His eyes are the strange part, not piercing, not cold, but still, like they've stopped chasing after things and now simply reflect whatever stands before them. The man does not speak. Instead, he bows slightly, not with fear or reverence, just acknowledgement. Eric doesn't know why, but he bows back. For the first time in weeks, someone invites him in. Inside. The hut is warm, sparse, a single woven mat, a bowl, a kettle, a low altar carved with symbols Eric doesn't recognize. A scroll hangs on one wall, faded, but meticulously cared for. It depicts waves, just waves, but not crashing ones. These are soft, curling, rhythmic, breathing waves. You look tired. The man finally says. Eric wants to scoff, wants to tell him he's been through worse, but the words don't come. Instead, he nods and sits. Silence grows between them. Not the awkward kind, the useful kind. The kind that fills the spaces inside your chest where regret has taken root. The man serves tea. It's bitter and dark, made from something Eric can't name. But it warms his hands, and then his ribs. And then something he hadn't noticed was cold before the memory of who he used to be. You are not the storm, the man says, almost absently, though you may have lived inside it. Eric says nothing, but the words land, heavy, right in that quiet space just under the heart. That night, Eric sleeps on a mat beside the fire, wrapped in silence and steam. And outside, the sea sighs against the stones, as if relieved to be heard. Not everything must be conquered. Not every question needs a weapon. Sometimes, arrival sounds like the wind against a pine door. And healing begins with a single sip of bitter tea. Morning comes not with fanfare, but with fog thick, low, clinging to the coastline like a woolen blanket drawn across the shoulders of the world. Somewhere in the gray, gulls cry lazily, their voices softened by distance. Eric wakes slowly. The hearth's warmth has dwindled to coals, and for a moment, he lies still, listening not for danger, but for something subtler. A kind of pulse in the air, a rhythm outside his own heartbeat. The hermit is already awake. He sits cross-legged just beyond the door, spine tall, still as stone, breathing in time with the tide. Eric watches without moving. It's not that the man is performing something sacred. It's that the sacred seems to arise around him naturally, like dew. After a while, the old man gestures silently toward a trail that leads away from the hut down a slope, into the fog, toward the shore. He doesn't explain. He doesn't instruct. He simply walks, assuming Eric will follow. He does. The path winds between pines, whose trunks lean like old monks, bowing mid-recitation. Their needles drip from the morning mist. The earth is soft underfoot, made of moss and thyme. And soon, through the trees, the shoreline appears again, but this time from a different angle. There's a small skiff waiting at a weathered dock. No sail, just oars. "Get in," the hermit says, voice like dry reeds bending with the wind. Eric hesitates. He's not afraid of boats. He's spent half his life in them, but he's always known where they were going. This feels different. This feels like agreeing to drift with someone else's map, someone who might not even be using one. Still, he steps in. The boat glides out into the fjord. Its oars dip gently by the hermit's hand. They cut through fog that peels back like breath on glass. The water is unnaturally still. Eric watches the ripples spiral outward, then disappear. Most men fear silence, the hermit says after a while, but silence never judged them. Eric says nothing, because he's unsure if the man is speaking to him or simply aloud. Either way, the words are true. There's something about the absence of distraction that brings out all the noise inside. They float for a long time without speaking. The fjord deepens around them. Mountains rise on either side like sleeping gods with mossy beards. No birds now, just mist and water and breath. The hermit reaches behind him and pulls out a thin, rolled scroll sealed with a string of twine. He unties it slowly, reverently, and hands it to Eric. The writing is strange, calligraphy, flowing and curved. Nothing like the runes of Eric's people. But the image alongside the text is unmistakable, a single leaf falling through a shaft of light, landing in a pool without a splash. It's a sutra, the hermit explains. Not the kind you memorize, the kind you listen to with your bones. Eric studies the image, then hands it back. What does it mean? The hermit smiles. It means what you notice when you stop needing it to mean anything. They sit in silence again. But this time, Eric hears it differently. The way the water laps at the hull, the way the boat creaks, just slightly, as if adjusting to the moment. The way his own breath suddenly feels like part of the weather. "You're not teaching me," Eric says, almost accusingly. "No." The hermit replies, "You're remembering." The skiff turns without command, guided by a current Eric hadn't noticed. It nudges them toward a small, rocky island near the mouth of the fjord. There's a single tree there, a gnarled pine that leans so far over the water it seems to bow to its reflection. They dock. The island is barren, save for the tree and a flat patch of moss where the hermit kneels. He places the scroll on a stone, weighs it with 2 pebbles, then closes his eyes. Eric watches. Minutes pass, then more. Something shifts. The wind dies entirely. The air goes still. And for the briefest moment, it feels like time has curled into itself, paused between inhale and exhale. Eric doesn't kneel, but he sits. And he watches the water, and he listens. And something begins to settle inside him. Not like a solution, more like a low tide, exposing things that were always there beneath the churning. Later, as they return to shore, Eric finally asks, "Why did you come here? To this place?" The hermit dips an oar. A ripple arcs, because the sea forgets nothing, but it also doesn't cling. Back at the hut, the fire is rekindled. The kettle whistles again, and as Eric sips the bitter tea, he notices something strange. It no longer tastes bitter. It tastes quiet. That night, he dreams not of battle or loss, but of a single leaf, falling endlessly through light, never landing. It begins with the sound of morning drizzle soft, unhurried, like 1,000 tiny monks tapping their fingers on the roof of the hut. Eric opens his eyes to a dim world blurred by rain. He doesn't reach for a sword. He doesn't even reach for his boots. He simply breathes. And for the first time in many years, that feels like enough. The hermit is sweeping outside. Not a temple courtyard, not some grand hall of enlightenment. Just a patch of pine needles and slick stones. Yet the motion is the same, steady, rhythmic, complete. Like each stroke of the broom is a mantra. Like the act itself carries the weight of teaching. Eric steps out, barefoot on wet wood, and watches. "You sweep the forest," he asks. "I sweep the part of it I live in," the hermit replies, not breaking rhythm. Eric waits, then leans against the door frame. "I always thought wisdom came from something bigger, and yet it's always hiding in the smallest things," the hermit says, then pauses to watch a single droplet slide down a pine needle. This rain, for example, it doesn't argue with gravity. It doesn't ask for sun. It falls, touches the earth, and disappears. That is the whole teaching. Eric doesn't answer, but his eyes follow the raindrop all the same. After breakfast, steamed roots, warm broth, a pinch of dried plum, they return to the skiff. Again, no sails, only oars and patience. They row out to the open fjord, where the mist has thinned, but the sea remains calm. A slight current tugs them along the granite walls. Eric, with oar in hand, mirrors the hermit's gentle motions. Forward, pause, let the water breathe. Forward again, midway through the passage. The hermit gestures for silence. He raises one hand and closes his eyes. Eric listens. There is a sound barely there, like a flute made of breath. A bird, perhaps, or wind through a crack in the cliffs. But no, it's something older, something shaped by intention. Listen not with your ears, the hermit says, but with your stillness. And so, Eric stills. The sound deepens not louder, but clearer. It's the sound of water shifting beneath rock, of the tide stroking hollow stone. A cave. They paddle closer, beneath a ledge of basalt. A narrow entrance yawns before them, hidden in shadow. The skiff drifts into darkness. Inside, the sound becomes a presence. It's not music. It's not words. It's listening itself. a chamber carved by time and tide, where the sea speaks in silence. The hermit lights a lantern. Its glow reveals smooth walls etched with hundreds of small carvings, waves, circles, leaves, and always the same symbol, an open eye. This cave was used by monks who traveled from faraway places, China, India, beyond. They sat here for hours, days, watching nothing, hearing everything. They called it the Sutra of Still Water. Eric runs his fingers along the stone. The grooves are shallow, delicate, like the markings of a whisper. He doesn't understand the language, but he understands the need to write something in a place where no one speaks. They sit together in the boat, letting it drift in slow circles inside the cavern. No talking, no teachings, only the feel of the lantern's heat, the echo of ripples, and the realization that stillness is not emptiness, it's fullness without weight. And in that moment, Eric's mind returns to battles past, not with guilt, not with pride, but with distance. They are no longer defining him, just passing shadows across the surface of a deeper lake. Later, they return to the hut. Rain has stopped. The world is damp, quiet, new. The hermit hands Eric a scrap of parchment and a stick of charcoal. Draw what you felt in the cave. Eric hesitates. He is no artist, but he sketches something: a circle, open at one side, a wave curling inward, a single oar. The hermit nods. You're remembering. That night, Eric doesn't dream. He sleeps like a cave filled with still water holding echoes, letting them go. The fourth day begins with a change in the air, not just the kind of change that precedes rain or clears mist, but the kind that whispers something subtle movement is coming. Not from decision, from invitation. Eric rises early, his body no longer stiff from sleep, but loosened by repetition, rising, walking, rowing, listening. He finds the hermit already by the dock, his robe tucked at the knees. Adjusting the lines of the skiff, a bundle rests at his feet, dried provisions, a kettle, a blanket, and the old scroll rolled carefully in oilcloth. Today, the hermit says without turning, "You row alone." Eirik blinks. "Where there?" The hermit nods to the open sea, where the fjord widens into something vast and undefined. "Is this a test?" "No," the hermit replies, eyes soft, almost amused. "It's a practice." The skiff rocks gently as Eric steps in. It feels smaller without the old man aboard, lighter, and, strangely, more exposed. He takes the oars in his hands, pushes away from the dock, and watches as the island grows smaller behind him. Tree, hut, man, until it vanishes into the morning light. For a while, rowing is easy. The fjord is calm, flanked by cliffs that rise like stone sentinels, their reflections painting the water in long streaks of shadow and sky. The rhythm of the oars becomes meditative. Forward, breathe, glide. Forward again. His body remembers what the mind forgets. Motion doesn't need striving. But as the sun climbs higher, the current changes. Wind begins to stir, first a whisper, then a voice. Whitecaps bloom like sudden thoughts on the surface. The skiff rocks. Eric shifts his weight. The oars grow heavy. The sea, so still in the past days, now hums with a different tone. Not hostile, but insistent. A gust turns the boat sideways. He corrects. Then another pushes him off course. The cliffs widen behind him. Ahead is only open water and a sky that no longer promises kindness. He tightens his grip. The impulse to fight arises the same instinct that once led him into battle, into conquest, into glory and blood and grief. He wants to row harder, faster, to win against the wind. But something stops him. The voice of the hermit, low and soft, not in his ears, but in the place where thoughts settle before becoming words. You are not the storm. So Eric stops rowing. He lets the boat drift. At first, it spins slowly, caught in the breath of the sea. Then it finds its own rhythm, tilted, yet not capsized, carried, yet not consumed. He adjusts the rudder slightly, using the oar not to force direction, but to guide presence. And something remarkable happens. The wind, which moments ago felt adversarial, begins to reveal its pattern. It's not random. It's not punishing. It is just wind, moving according to the same laws that move all things: heat, air, distance, terrain, cause and condition. He remembers the hermit's lesson in the cave. Listen not with your ears, but with your stillness. So he listens, not to the wind, but to the resistance in him that need to steer, to fix, to control. It had been hiding in his hands, in his jaw, in the tightness behind his eyes. And now it begins to loosen. He adjusts the oars, not to conquer, but to cooperate. The skiff settles into a diagonal path, skimming the wind at an angle that requires less effort, a kind of agreement between will and weather. He isn't lost. He is traveling without destination, sailing without arrival. Hours pass. A seal surfaces near the boat, watching him with indifferent eyes before diving again. The horizon remains misty, undefined, but it no longer troubles him. Eventually, he sees a familiar shape, a low cliff with a single pine bending eastward. The island. He's returned, not because he planned to, because the current carried him in a slow arc of intention and response, effort and letting go. Karma, not as punishment or reward, but as flow. He docks the boat. The hermit waits by the hut, boiling tea. You didn't capsize, he says. Eric shrugs. I didn't try to win. They drink in silence. Then the hermit says, most people mistake the wind for an enemy, but it's just the breath of something larger than us. And like any breath, it's only dangerous if you forget to exhale. That night, Eric sits by the shore long after the stars arrive. He watches them appear one by one, like answers that don't need questions. And he smiles, because for once, he doesn't need to be right, or first, or strong. He just needs to be here, with the sea and its wind and the stillness in between. The air is heavy with fog again, but it's different this time, less like a veil, more like a breath, paused at the edge of revelation. Eric stands barefoot on a patch of damp stone. eyes cast toward the sea, where the horizon has vanished completely. There's only gray and sound the creak of the boat's hull, the groan of the dock rope shifting under weight, and underneath it all, the slow, steady beat of waves lapping the island like a quiet drum. Today, the hermit says nothing. He simply places a hand on Eric's shoulder and nods toward the skiff, already prepared. A pouch of dried seaweed, a flask of boiled roots, the same old scroll tucked under a woolen cloth. There's a sense that what is coming will not be guided by instruction, but by encounter. They row together at first, not with words those have grown scarce between them, but with quiet synchronicity. Oars rise and fall. The water parts and seals behind them. The boat moves. Hours pass. The cliffs disappear. The world becomes wide and flat, like a canvas waiting for a single stroke. Then a sound, low, deep, felt more than heard. A vibration that moves through the hull and into their bones. Eric stiffens. Another sound follows closer now. A great exhale, like the ocean itself releasing tension. And then, in the distance, the water breaks open. A whale breaches. It rises slowly, massive, ancient, unmistakable. Not with aggression, not even drama, just presence. A mountain of muscle and memory lifting from the deep and folding gently back into silence. Eric stares. He's seen whales before during long crossings, during hunting voyages, but never like this, never alone, never this still, never this near. The beast is not a threat. It's a mirror. That one's older than this island, the hermit murmurs. Maybe older than your gods. Eric swallows. Why is it here? The hermit doesn't answer right away. Instead, he takes the scroll from under the cloth and gently unrolls it across his knees. There, beside the image of the falling leaf, is a new drawing, one that wasn't there before. A long curve, a shape half seen, traced lightly in charcoal, the body of a whale. This sutra, the hermit says softly, is not written by hands. It's written by return. Eric doesn't fully understand, but he feels the pull of something vast, not intellectual, not even spiritual, just natural. Like recognizing the shape of your own shadow when it finally stops running. Suddenly, the whale surfaces again, closer this time. Its back breaks the water, dark and smooth as obsidian. Its breath erupts in a plume, and then, in the pause that follows, Eric sees it, scars, a network of pale lines carved into the whale's skin, wounds from ropes, blades, harpoons, old battles, survived. The whale swims on, unhurried, unresentful. It doesn't carry its wounds like trophies, the hermit says, but neither does it pretend they're not there. Eric feels something inside him loosen. A memory of men fallen beside him, of screams carried off by wind, of the day he buried his brother by the frozen shore and refused to weep. He sees now that he never stopped rowing, not toward healing, but away from pain. He was always chasing the horizon to avoid the shadow beneath him. Now, it has caught up, and it doesn't want revenge. It wants recognition. The whale circles once, then disappears, slipping beneath the surface with a grace no weapon could imitate. Its shape fades into darkness, but its presence lingers like a whisper that echoes long after the voice has left. Later, as the sun begins to lower, the two men row back in silence. No teachings today, no metaphors, just the slow, steady rhythm of acceptance. Back on the island, Eric kneels beside the fire. He does not speak. He does not stir the coals. He just watches them glow, and for the first time in his life, he lets himself feel not strong, but whole. That night, he dreams of the whale not as a beast, but as a sutra written in breath and scars, swimming always beneath the surface, teaching without words. And in the dream, he swims beside it, not to hunt, not to tame, but to remember. The morning sky blushes faintly, a soft rose that fades into pearl as the sun lingers just beneath the horizon. A hush blankets the island, not silence born of emptiness, but the kind made of intention, like a room where a candle has just been lit. Eric sits outside the hut, carving. Not a weapon, not a figurehead for a ship, just a simple piece of driftwood, worn smooth by the sea. He scrapes gently with a flat stone, tracing slow spirals into its surface. There's no clear shape in mind, only motion, only presence. The hermit steps out carrying a wrap bundle and two hand-woven cloaks. He places one beside Eric, but says nothing. They will leave again today, but this time, not into the wide fjord or to any cave of ancient echoes. This time, they paddle to the mainland toward a small fishing village nestled between rocky inlets and sloped fields. A place where Eric once stood armed and armored, back when he was something else. They arrive as villagers are stirring lifting nets, tending boats, starting fires. Heads turn. Some narrow their eyes. Some freeze in half motion, a memory caught mid-step. Eric recognizes one of them, a boy, now a man, whose father he had once fought beside, or maybe against. The lines blur now. Karma, it seems, doesn't care for allegiance, only for cause and effect. No one speaks at first. Then the hermit raises a hand and says gently, "We're here to fix oars." A few chuckles escape, but they're not cruel, just confused. Still, the villagers bring out their broken things, splintered wood, cracked tillers, nets with holes wide as grief. The hermit begins patching them slowly, methodically, and Eric watches. At first, then he kneels beside him, takes a tool, and begins to help. The work is quiet. No sermons, no ritual, just hands meeting wood, effort meeting wear. The act of repairing becomes its own kind of sutra, passed from palm to grain to breath. As the day unfolds, children begin to gather. One little girl sits on a barrel, braiding seaweed strands into a loose cord. Another boy offers them a pouch of dried fish. The same man Eric recognized earlier now joins them with a bundle of nails and two more broken paddles. Trust, like healing, does not happen all at once. It arrives in fragments. By midday, the pile of broken tools has shrunk, and the silence is replaced with a kind of low music hammer taps, rope pulls, the rustle of fabric and sand. Eirik finds himself laughing, softly, at something the hermit mutters about a crooked handle being enlightened through failure. Later, an old woman emerges from one of the huts. Her eyes are clouded, but her voice is clear. She carries a worn wooden bowl filled with sweetened barley and berries. She places it beside Eirik without a word, then sits on the step nearby, facing the sea. "I knew your father," she says after a time. Eirik doesn't respond immediately. "He fought well," she continues, "but he never understood gentleness. You might." He nods once. The bowl is still warm. As the sun dips toward the horizon, Eirik carries a repaired tiller back to a fisherman. Their hands meet briefly over the smooth handle. No thanks is spoken, but it isn't needed. The offering has already been received. They return to the skiff as twilight wraps the village in shadow. The children wave. The woman on the step raises her chin in acknowledgement. On the way back, the sea is gentle. The kind of gentle that doesn't need to be calm to be kind. Eirik rows, and with each pull, he feels something different in his chest. Not duty, not discipline, but care. It's strange. He once thought compassion was softness, something you afforded only when victory was certain. But here, now, under this cooling sky, he understands it as strength, the strength to witness another's suffering and not flinch. Back on the island, the hermit hands him a bowl of tea. "You're remembering," he says again. Eirik drinks slowly. The tea is the same, bitter. But tonight, it tastes like presence. That night, by the fire, Eirik holds the piece of driftwood he carved that morning. It now resembles a spiral, open-ended, incomplete, like something still forming. He places it beside the hearth, then lies down, not with a mind racing toward the next horizon, but with a breath settling into this one, and dreams of hands meeting wood, one broken thing at a time, until the whole world becomes a little less sharp. The sky opens with a gentle sigh, not a dramatic sunrise, not a burst of glory, just soft amber bleeding into blue, as if the night had finally exhaled. The island stirs, and so does Eirik, though this time, not with the weight of armor or the instinct to act. He wakes like the sea does, slow, patient, rising with what is. Today feels different. There's no task, no instruction. The hermit is already seated outside, sipping tea beside the pine tree. He gestures with a tilt of his cup. The skiff's ready. Eirik glances toward the dock. The boat sits still, bobbing slightly, its oars dry and waiting. There's no bundle packed, no scroll, no provisions, just space. "Where am I going?" he asks. The hermit shrugs. "Anywhere you aren't looking for." Eirik raises an eyebrow. "You've rowed against storms, drifted with silence, helped rebuild what was once broken. But now comes the hardest lesson." He leans in, going, without going somewhere. Eirik doesn't answer. He doesn't need to. The pull is already in him, not a destination, but an allowing. He steps into the skiff, pushes off, rows. The boat slides easily through the morning water, cutting a path so still it barely disturbs the surface. Mist clings to the edges of the fjord like the trailing hem of a monk's robe. He moves without urgency, without resistance. The rhythm of the oars is familiar now. It's not about the motion anymore. It's about the being within it. Time bends. There are no clocks here, only tides and light, and the way your breath lengthens when you forget to guard it. An hour passes, or maybe 5. A gentle breeze curls around him. The cliffs grow distant, replaced by open sea. There are no more markers, just horizon. And then, nothing. The wind dies. The water flattens. The boat drifts. At first, Eirik reaches for the oars, instinct flickering. But then he stops. He lets the drift happen. His hands rest on his knees. His shoulders soften. The air is full of salt and sun. And it occurs to him without language that he has arrived nowhere, and that nowhere has become sacred. It reminds him of a teaching the hermit once half whispered while shelling dried peas. When the seeking ends, the seeing begins. Out here, in the vast cradle of water and sky, there is no self to improve, no battle to win, no wound to justify. There is only this moment alive, complete, undesiring. A school of fish flashes beneath the surface. A cloud slides across the sun. Eirik watches them both with the same curiosity a child gives to their own breath. And for a moment, his body dissolves not literally, but gently. The lines between skin and sea, between mind and sky, blur, and he understands not with thought, but with presence that the sutra was never a scroll. It was the motion of the oars, the silence of the cave, the whale's shadow, the cracked paddle in his hands, the warmth of barley offered without a word. All of it, sutra. The path was the practice, and the practice was never about arrival. Back on the island, whether hours or days later, Eirik steps from the boat as though stepping into a familiar robe. The hermit stands by the fire, no smile, no question, just the same presence, unwavering. You didn't find it, the hermit says softly. No, Eirik replies. You didn't lose it either. Eirik looks out at the sea, eyes reflecting a calm too deep for pride. It was never missing. That evening, he doesn't sit by the hearth. He walks instead, barefoot along the stones, feeling the rhythm of the earth in his soles. Each footstep a verse, each breath a bell, and as stars gather like tiny teachers overhead, he lies back on the moss and lets the sky finish the lesson. The fire burns low. The pine tree sways gently. The skiff rocks empty at the dock, waiting for no one. And the island sleeps. The wind carries no destination, only peace. Let your breath settle. In through the nose, gently, and out through the mouth. Feel the rhythm of the sea still moving in you each breath, like an oar slipping into water. Each exhale, a ripple moving across a quiet fjord. Nothing hurried, nothing forced. Let your body soften. Let the weight of your limbs melt into the bed or blanket below you, as if the very earth has cradled you in the palm of its hand. Your fingers are not gripping anymore. Your jaw is not bracing. Your chest rises and falls like a boat drifting in safe waters. There is no destination now. No need to solve, prove, or grasp. You are here in this vast, gentle now. Like Eric, you have listened to silence. You have watched the mind's weather shift and clear. You've let the tides pull and release. Let your story find stillness. And in that stillness, there is something rare, not absence, but arrival. Arrival without needing to go anywhere. Peace without needing to earn it. Imagine now the whale's shadow passing beneath you. Huge, graceful, ancient. It carries no anger, no plan, just presence. And you too can drift like that tonight, unfurling the tightness of your days, allowing the water to hold you, allowing the night to hum its lullaby through you. Even the stars above are not in a rush. They burn slowly, silently, exactly as they are. You are one with that silence now. Let sleep take you the way mist curls over a still fjord. Without announcement, without effort, only with the trust that this moment, exactly as it is complete. You are the boat. You are the sky. You are the breath between oar strokes. And all of it is at rest. In the next story, you find yourself beneath the deep velvet sky of a Guatemalan highland village where the night is quiet, save for the rustling of banana leaves and the gentle crackle of a small cooking fire. The stars are so clear here, they seem close enough to touch, like pinpricks in the skin of heaven, stitched with threads of gold across the black dome of the night. Crickets sing somewhere in the grass, their rhythm blending with the faint hum of distant prayers. And the air is perfumed with damp earth, tortilla ash, and the lingering sweetness of boiled tamarind. A barefoot boy sits at the edge of a worn clay courtyard, hugging his knees, eyes wide, chin tilted skyward. His name is Tomas, and he is 8 years old. His mind, though young, brims with the kind of questions only the night dares him to ask. Behind him, sitting on a short wooden stool that creaks with every shift, is the village monk, an old man with deep wrinkles that map lifetimes. He wears a faded robe, the color of firewood ash, and sips from a chipped ceramic cup, filled with something warm and quieting. Tomas, still gazing upward, asks softly, "Why don't the stars fall?" The monk doesn't answer right away. He sets his cup down on the stool beside him and leans forward with a curious smile. "Why don't they?" he repeats, but not as a riddle, more like he's tasting the question with his breath. Tomas shrugs. "They're just there, floating." The monk nods slowly. "And what keeps you from floating?" "Tomas, I'm too heavy." The monk chuckles. "Maybe. Or maybe there's something holding you. Something invisible. Something gentle but firm." Tomas frowns in the way only children can frown, with complete sincerity and no hint of offense. The monk taps the ground lightly with his heel. "You know," he says, before we talk about stars, we must first talk about suffering. Tomas blinks. Suffering. The monk stretches, bones clicking gently. Yes, because even stars suffer. But we start on Earth. And just like that, the courtyard becomes a stage. The night folds open, and the old monk begins a tale, the first of many woven through that starry silence. He tells Tomas about another village not far from their own, though long ago and no longer drawn on maps. In this village lived a woman named Leah, known for her intricate weaving. She wove stories into shawls, myths into blankets, and prayers into baby wraps. Her loom sat beneath the eaves of her clay-roofed home, where birds built nests in the rafters, and her fingers never stopped moving. But one year, her son fell ill during the rains. Nothing she tried helped. Herbs, prayers, even the last coin under her bed. He passed in her arms, quietly, like mist. After the burial, she returned to her loom, but now every thread trembled. Her work grew tighter, angrier, and eventually, she stopped weaving at all. She began to sit outside her home each night, watching the stars. Sometimes she asked, "Why my son?" Other times she asked nothing. Her neighbors brought her food, but it was the monk young then, and just a traveler who brought her tea and silence. Eventually, after many nights, she asked him, "Why do we suffer?" The monk stirred the fire gently before answering. "Suffering," he told her. "It's like this clay roof above us. We all live beneath it. It leaks sometimes. It groans in the wind, but no house is built without it." She said nothing. The fire snapped. "You love," the monk continued, "so you grieve. You hold, so you lose. You want, so you hurt. That is the first truth." Leah stared at the flames. "Is it forever?" The monk shook his head. "No. But it is honest. Life brings joy. Yes. But pain walks with it. Always." Tomas listens now, quiet as the monk pauses. "The first noble truth," the monk explains, "is that life includes suffering. Dukkha, not punishment, not curse, just the way things are." Tomas scrunches his face. But why the monk looks up at the stars again? Because we wish things would stay the same, but nothing does. He gestures toward the night. Even those stars are moving, just very slowly. They'll die too. One day, like everything. Tomas is silent. A breeze plays through his hair. The monk watches him, letting the silence settle. In the distance, a dog barks once, then hushes. Somewhere. A rooster miscalculates the hour. After a while, Tomas speaks. "But if everyone suffers, what can we do?" The monk smiles. "That is the next story." He reaches for the cup again, sips what remains. The fire glows low. Above them, the stars remain aloft, silent, patient, burning. The coals have cooled to a quiet red, casting a warm glow against the adobe walls. Tomas shifts, lying on his side now, one arm folded beneath his head. His eyes still blink toward the stars, but slower, as if the weight of the monk's story has added a new stillness to his small body. The monk leans forward on his stool and traces a line in the dusty earth with the tip of his finger. The next story, he begins, is about a mango. Tomas raises an eyebrow. A mango. The monk nods, as if to say, what else would it be in the same village? He continues. A boy named Nilo found a mango seed beneath a tree one afternoon. The fruit had already been eaten, only the slick stone left, warm from the sun. Nilo held it in his palm and imagined the tree. It could become tall, wide, filled with golden fruit. Tomas smiles faintly. But instead of planting it, the monk says, Nilo clutched the seed and ran home. He wanted to keep it safe. He didn't want anyone else to have its fruit. He wrapped it in a scarf, then in cloth, then buried it deep beneath the floor of his hut, where he thought it would be protected. Tomas frowns. But how would it grow exactly? The monk nods. You see, he wanted the mango, but not the work. He wanted its sweetness, but feared sharing. He feared change. Weeks passed. The rains came. Nilo thought the seed might grow without his watching, that it would surprise him one day with its leaves. But when he dug it up, it was black and shriveled. Rot had reached it first. Still, he held it tighter. One day, the monk continues. He brought the dead seed to the same weaver, Leah, hoping she could wrap it in one of her last shawls. She held it gently and asked, "Why are you carrying this?" Nilo told her. And she smiled not unkindly, but with the tired understanding of someone who'd tried the same thing in different ways. She told him, "You're hurting because you wanted something to stay forever, but life doesn't work that way." Tomas whispers, "Because everything changes." Yes, the monk's voice softens, almost inaudible beneath the chirping crickets. That is the second noble truth. Suffering comes from craving, wanting what isn't here, or fearing what might be. Nilo wanted the mango tree without trusting the process. He buried the seed to keep it, and in doing so, he killed it. The fire pops, and a moth flutters into the fading glow before disappearing again. Most people, the monk adds, aren't carrying mango seeds, but they carry memories, dreams, regrets. They tuck them away, thinking they're preserving something beautiful. But buried craving only becomes buried pain. He pauses, then leans back against the adobe wall. Desire isn't always loud. Sometimes it's quiet, like the wish that night would last forever, or that stars would never fall. Tomas thinks on that. He stretches his legs out, curling his toes. So, how do we stop wanting things? The monk chuckles, a dry, papery sound, like corn husks rubbing together. You don't, he says, but you see the wanting. You notice when it appears, when it grips you, when it tricks you into thinking you need more than what already is. Tomas nods slowly, as if tracing the monk's words on an invisible chalkboard in his mind. Let me tell you something, the monk says. It's small, but true. He points to a low wooden shelf in the corner of his hut. where a smooth stone sits beside a single feather. When I was your age, I wanted to fly, like the hawks that live in the cliffs. I even tried to make wings from palm leaves and jump from the roof. Tomas giggles. Did you fall? Oh yes, and badly. The monk lifts the hem of his robe to show a faint scar on his ankle. But the fall didn't hurt as much as the hope. That stubborn, aching hope. I clung to it long after the bandages came off. He pauses, eyes twinkling in the firelight. One day, my teacher asked me, "What are you really chasing? The sky, or the feeling that you don't belong on the ground?" Tomas's brow furrows, not in confusion, but in slow recognition. That's when I learned craving isn't just about mangoes or flight. The monk says it's about wanting things to be different than they are. It's the belief that now isn't enough. Outside, the stars blink steadily. They do not waver. They do not descend. Tomas lies still, only his breath moving. So, the monk continues. We suffer because we want. That's the second truth. And because we fear. Fear of what Tomas asks softly. Of losing. Of failing. Of being alone. Of not getting what we want. And sometimes, even of getting it, because then we worry it might go away. He stands slowly, the joints in his knees making small cracking sounds. He walks to the edge of the courtyard and lifts a small clay pot, revealing a mango seed inside this one dry, cracked, and brittle. I keep this, he says, to remind me. Tomas lifts his head. Of the boy, yes, and of how gentle we must be with our wants, not to bury them, not to feed them endlessly, but to bow to them, to see them, to let them pass. He places the seed back and returns to his stool. The stars overhead feel no closer. But to Tomas, they no longer seem out of reach. They just seem steady, held, balanced not by magic, but by something even older, the law of things as they are. And though he still doesn't quite understand why they don't fall, he no longer fears that they might. The monk reaches into the folds of his robe and pulls out a worn blanket. He tosses it gently over the boy. There's more, he says. If your eyes stay open. Tomas yawns. I'm listening. The monk nods. Then you're already learning. The night deepens, and even the fire seems to exhale more slowly now. Just faint orange pulses beneath blackened wood. The stars wheel gently overhead, unseen in motion, but constant in their patient arc. Tomas, wrapped snugly in the old monk's blanket, lies very still, but his eyes stay open, and the monk, sensing the quiet attention of a mind half in dream, continues without being asked. There was once, he says, a musician who played a bamboo flute made from a reed that grew beside a quiet river. Tomas shifts slightly. He played each morning for the villagers and each evening for the birds. His music was soft, full of little pauses, like breath between waves. People said his melodies could stop arguments, soothe crying babies, and even make dogs lie down in the road and forget their barking. The monk smiles to himself, but the musician, he wanted more. Tomas murmurs, more. Yes. The monk's voice is quieter now, as if matching the hush of the sleeping hills around them. He wanted his music to last forever. He didn't just want to soothe one heart, he wanted the whole world to hear. So he began chasing perfect songs. Every note had to be better than the last. He pauses, letting the story breathe. He stopped playing for the birds. He stopped playing in the morning. He stayed up all night, trying to write something grand enough to live forever. Tomas sighs in his blanket. But the more he chased perfection, the more sour his songs became. Not because the notes were wrong, but because the joy was gone. The flute grew dry from overuse. His fingers stiffened, and soon, no one came to listen. The monk picks up a stick and gently stirs the coals. One evening, the musician sat by the river again. He hadn't been there in many months. His flute was cracked now, and his hands trembled from exhaustion. As he sat, he noticed a leaf floating downstream, then another, and another. He realized that nothing on the river ever stayed in place, not a boat, not a stone, not even a song. The monk pauses and draws a slow breath through his nose. That's when he understood he'd been trying to hold water with his hands. And the harder he grasped, the faster it slipped through. Tomas, eyes fluttering, whispers. So he stopped playing. No, the monk replies softly. He started playing again, but this time, only for the river. He sets down the stick and folds his hands. That is the third noble truth. Little one, the end of suffering is possible, but not by clinging, or fixing, or forcing. It comes by letting go, like a flute player playing without fear, like a candle that doesn't burn out, but simply finishes its light, then rests in the dark. Tomas turns on his side, the blanket rustling quietly. So you can end suffering. You can, not like flipping a switch, more like loosening a knot, a gentle, patient loosening. The monk closes his eyes briefly, as though remembering something personal. His shoulders soften. A silence gathers between them longer this time, more confident. You know, he says eventually, sometimes we think ending suffering means ending pain. But pain is part of life. What ends is the resistance, the struggle against what is. That's what really hurts. He stands again, slow as tree roots lifting from the soil. I once met a farmer, he says, walking to the edge of the courtyard, whose son left home during a famine. He blamed himself for years. Every morning, he stared at the path his boy had walked and asked the sky why. The monk's hand rests lightly on the courtyard wall, as if touching time itself. But one day, he picked up the hoe again, not because the pain was gone, but because the field still needed him. He smiled when he told me, I can walk and cry at the same time. Tomas lets out a soft sound, not quite a laugh, not quite a breath. The monk returns to his stool. So, my young friend, he says gently, suffering can end, not by changing the stars, but by changing the way we see them. Tomas turns his face to the sky again, his lashes resting now just above his cheeks. What's next, he asks. The monk grins. The path. Every journey needs one. He leans back and lets his voice settle into the warm gravel of the night. Imagine a river winding through the forest, he says. Now imagine someone trying to cross it without stepping stones. They slip, fall, and struggle. He picks up a small pebble from the earth and places it between them. But what if someone laid 8 stones, spaced just right, not too far, not too close? You could cross, even with your eyes closed, just by trusting your feet. He holds up another pebble, then another. That's the 8-fold path. Right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. Tomas mumbles something indistinct, perhaps the word 8, or maybe just the sound of a drifting mind. The monk continues anyway, in no rush to be heard or remembered. You don't have to memorize them tonight. You just need to know they're there. Like the stones in the river, like stars in the sky, invisible when you're splashing, obvious when you stand still. A breeze drifts through the yard, curling around the boy's small form and brushing the coals until one flares softly, then fades. The monk covers his own shoulders with a shawl and sits without speaking, listening to the rhythm of Tomas's breathing, the hush of the night, and the unseen river of thoughts that runs through every sleeping mind. One more truth shared, one more weight lifted, and somewhere beyond the silence, a flute begins to play, just for the stars. The courtyard is nearly still now. Only the fire offers an occasional sigh, like a body turning gently in its sleep. The stars, yes, they remain blinking slowly above like quiet witnesses, and Tomas, though sleep brushes near, has not yet surrendered. The monk watches him for a moment longer, then gently speaks. Would you like to hear about the candle? Tomas doesn't answer aloud, but he nods, almost imperceptibly, and that's enough. The monk shifts in his seat, settling into the folds of his shawl, then begins. There once lived a man named Simao in a village where night came early and lamps were lit with olive oil or beeswax. Simao was known for carrying a candle wherever he went, always lit, even in daylight. Tomas furrows his brow. Why, the monk chuckles. He believed that light protected him. He feared the dark, not just outside, but within. If the candle ever went out, he thought bad things would find him. Sickness, loneliness, death. The wind stirs the branches above the hut, setting a bamboo chime into a single soft note. So he guarded the flame. He kept his door shut tight, avoided crowds, never slept too long. Even when he bathed, he set the candle beside him, watching it through the steam. His neighbors pitied him. Some teased him, but Simao stayed close to his flame. The monk picks up a dry twig and taps it against his palm, slowly, in rhythm. One day, he continues, a stranger came through the village. She wore no shoes and carried nothing but a wooden flute and a satchel of seeds. She asked for shelter, and Simao refused, afraid she might blow out his light. But the village monk, yes, me, back when my beard was black, invited her in. Tomas smiles faintly, recognizing the pattern of the story. She stayed for 1 week, played songs that made dogs sigh, planted seeds in the edge of the village garden, laughed in the rain. Simao watched through his shutter, and for the first time in years, he forgot to check the candle. The monk tosses the twig into the embers. That night, a breeze slipped under his door. The candle flickered, then died. Tomas gasped softly, but nothing happened. The monk leans forward, eyes bright. He waited for fear, for monsters, for sickness, but the silence held. The stars stayed in the sky. He looked around and saw his own house for the first time. The way moonlight fell on the stone floor, the way his breathing echoed, and he realized he had been holding a candle to keep the shadows away, but it was the flame that cast them in the first place. A pause. That is the lesson of letting go. Tomas murmurs, the third truth. Yes, suffering ends not by holding tighter, but by opening the hand, by letting the candle finish its burning without panic. The darkness wasn't the enemy, it was misunderstood. The monk reaches beside him and lifts a small beeswax candle from a shelf, unlit. This, he says, was Simao's. He gave it to me the day he left the village. He traveled after that, alone, free. Tomas's eyes flicker. Where did he go everywhere? The monk replies, he said the road is easier when you don't carry fire against it. The chime sings again. 2 notes now, scattered in the breeze. Tomas nestles deeper beneath the blanket, and the monk watches his breathing slow. There's one more piece to this. You know, the monk says softly, almost to himself. Knowing the truth is not enough. We must walk it. He leans back, looking at the stars, which brings us to the path, the Eightfold One. We touched on it earlier. 8 gentle steps, not rules, not orders, just direction. Like stones across the stream, they begin with understanding and end in silence. He lifts one foot, then the other, as if placing them mentally. Right view, right intention. That's the mind. The way we look at the world. The stories we tell ourselves about pain and joy and who we are. A pause, then right speech, right action, and right livelihood. These are the ways we move in the world. The way we speak when we're hurt. The work we choose when no one is watching. Tomas stirs, just once. The monk continues. Right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. These last 3 are about staying present, like keeping your hand steady when pouring water, like watching clouds form instead of chasing them. His voice dips even quieter. When I was a young monk, he says, I thought the path was a race, that if I hurried, I'd be free faster, but I rushed and stumbled, and the more I grasped at peace, the more it slipped through. He watches the sky, where Orion's belt tilts gently toward the horizon. The truth is, peace doesn't arrive. It reveals, like fog lifting, and the Eightfold Path isn't a road to get somewhere. It's a way to be where you already are, without wishing to be elsewhere. Another breeze, another blink of fire, and a quiet stretch of silence that wraps around the courtyard like another blanket. Tomas speaks, his voice nearly asleep. So the flute player, he walked the path. The monk smiles, in his own way. Each note he played, after letting go, became a step. The boy shifts, finally resting both arms under his cheek, in Simao. He lit no more candles, but everywhere he went, he saw clearly. The monk leans his head back. For a long time, there is no sound but night itself. Then, softly, he says, even stars have a path. You just can't see it, but it's there. And that's why they don't fall. Tomas doesn't answer. His eyes are closed now. The silence now is different. It is not the hush of waiting or the pause between questions. It is the silence of something understood, something folded into the soft breath of sleep. Tomas lies curled beneath the blanket like a small seed beneath warm soil, still, but alive with quiet growth. The monk watches him for a moment, then folds his hands over his belly and speaks not for the boy, not even for himself anymore, but for the night, which listens without judgment. There is a river near the border. He begins softly, where the water is wide and slow and green. In the dry season, it shrinks to a stream, but in the rains, it swells and swallows the banks. People used to cross it using an old bridge ropes and boards, worn soft by years of barefoot travel. He reaches down and picks up a stone from the courtyard floor. It's smooth, flat, the kind of stone a child would skip across water. But one year, the bridge collapsed. The river had risen too high, and the boards were swept away. He turns the stone over in his hand. People panicked. Some tried to swim. Some turned back. Others just stared at the water, waiting for it to part. The monk places the stone between his sandals. But one man, a silent woodcutter, came to the river with a sack of pebbles. Not large stones, just palm-sized, simple. He stepped into the water and began laying them, one by one, just beneath the surface. At first, people laughed, but then something strange happened. Others joined him. Someone brought rope. Another brought driftwood. No one spoke. They just worked. He smiles faintly at the memory, and slowly, across the weeks, a path reappeared. Not the old bridge. Something new. Something made from many hands. And every pebble had to be placed with care not too far, or people would fall. Not too close, or they'd trip. He glances at Tomas, who does not stir, but the monk goes on, knowing the story finds its way in. The Eightfold Path is like that. It's not magic, not built by gods or kings. It's a path of practice, pieced together by those willing to try. One stone for right view, seeing clearly without fog. One for right intention, not chasing revenge, not clinging to gain. A second pebble joins the first. Then comes right speech, words like rain, not fire. Right, action hands that help, not harm. Right livelihood, earning without stealing, growing without choking others. The monk gathers another small stone and sets it gently down beside the others. Right effort, trying without grasping. Right mindfulness being where you are, not 5 fears ahead. And right concentration, holding attention like a cup, steady even when the hand shakes. He leans back and watches the moonlight touch the row of stones. I remember when I tried to place all 8 in one day. I dropped them all. But with time, I learned the river doesn't need speed. It needs steadiness. The fire flickers lower, nearly out. And the stars? They're still there. Always there. There was once a young girl, the monk continues, who thought the path was a straight road. She asked me, "But what if I step off?" I told her. "Then you step back on," she cried. I cried. We both stepped together. His eyes closed briefly. That's what this life is, Tomas. A stepping on, a stepping off, a noticing, a returning, no perfection, just pebbles, laid with care, walked with breath, in the brush just beyond the courtyard wall. An owl shifts, its wings rustle once, then go still, and the chime sings again, only a single note, drifting like a feather through the dark. The monk speaks once more. If you ever wonder how to know you're on the path, he says, listen to the quality of your steps. Are they soft? Do they leave space for others? Do they hurt less than they did yesterday? He stands slowly and walks to the garden's edge. There, small sprouts push up from the dark soil beans. Squash, a few tired herbs. He touches a leaf with 2 fingers, careful not to disturb the dew. You don't have to finish the path tonight, he murmurs. You only have to take the next step kindly. He turns back and surveys the courtyard, the boy asleep, the stones in a row, the fire nearly gone. And yet, everything's still exactly where it needs to be. Above, the stars do not fall. They continue to burn, each in their place. And perhaps, just perhaps, they too are walking a path. A vast, invisible thread drawn across the sky by a hand no one sees, but everyone trusts. The monk returns to his stool, places his hands in his lap, and closes his eyes. The path does not require walking in every moment. Sometimes, the next step is stillness. The darkness has settled so fully now that the courtyard seems less like a place and more like a dream, edges dissolved, textures blurred. Yet the presence of things remains the faint scent of old ash, the curve of the boy beneath the blanket, the rhythmic creak of the monk's stool as he shifts his weight gently from side to side, not to move, just to feel he's still part of the night's breath. His voice, when it comes again, is quieter than before, less for storytelling and more like speaking into the folds of a memory. You hear that he asks. Tomas stirs ever so slightly. Perhaps he hears. Perhaps not. The monk waits for the breeze to return. Then it comes just enough to stir the bamboo chime again. 3 soft notes this time, each more distant than the last. That's the sound of the wind remembering. He says. He opens his eyes. There once was a temple on a hill. Not a grand temple, just a white bell tower, a few crooked steps, and a bell that hung from a beam so old even termites respected it. The monks there, just 3 of them, took turns ringing the bell at dawn and dusk. He leans forward and brushes a bit of ash from his sleeve. One morning, the bell stopped ringing, not because the monks had forgotten, not because the wind was gone, but because the clapper had cracked. And without it, no sound came. He glances up at the sky. Now, one of the monks he believed silence was a failure. He rushed to fix the bell, hammered new parts, forced old ones into shape. He wanted the sound to return. As it was, he folds his hands. But another monk, an older one, sat quietly beneath the bell tower every evening. He didn't try to fix anything. He just sat and listened. Tomas shifts beneath the blanket again. And slowly, the monk continues. He began to hear what was still there. The creak of the rope in the wind. The flap of pigeons overhead. The echo of the bell's absence in the space where its voice used to live. The monk's tone softens even more. That's when he understood something very few people ever do. That emptiness is not loss. It's openness. He lets the idea hang. You see, when the bell no longer rang, it didn't mean the bell was broken. It meant it was teaching a different way, a quieter one. He looks toward the fire, now reduced to faint threads of red in the ash. And that's the way of all things. We chase sound, we chase motion. But sometimes, silence is the deeper truth, the greater teaching. The bell was still ringing, just not in the way people expected. He picks up the nearest bamboo chime and lifts it gently. No sound, just the weight of stillness in his palm. There is a word in the sutras. He says, shunyata, emptiness, but not the kind that leaves you hollow, the kind that reveals connection, like the space between tree branches that lets light pass through, like the silence between your breaths. He places the chime back down, and the wind nudges it once more, this time releasing only the smallest click. In the story of the empty boat, he murmurs, a man yells at a drifting vessel on the river, thinking someone inside is steering carelessly. But when he reaches it, he finds no one, and his anger disappears. The monk smiles, because there was never anyone to blame, just the wind, the current, the boat. He looks at Tomas, whose breaths have slowed into long, even rhythms. When you understand this, the monk says, you begin to let go of the story of me and mine. You begin to see that you are the boat, the river, the wind, all at once. You belong not because you cling, but because you are part of what is. He settles back on the stool. Dependent origination, he says to the stars. One thing leads to another. The wind moves the bell. The bell moves the monk. The monk moves the silence, and the silence becomes the teaching. He closes his eyes. Even now, he whispers, this breath is made from 1,000 causes. Soil, sun, sweat, a mother's lullaby, a tree you've never seen, the kindness of someone long dead, and then the monk is silent. not because he is finished, but because silence is now the answer. A leaf falls from the mango tree. It does not make a sound, but its landing touches everything. The courtyard is wrapped in velvet stillness now. Even the insects have quieted, as if honoring the weight of the night's unfolding truths. Above, the stars remain exactly where they've always been, not held by chains or nailed into the sky, but suspended by laws so gentle and balanced they make no sound. And beneath them, the monk continues, not louder, not softer, but slower. Slower than sleep, slower than thought. When I was younger, he begins, I asked my teacher the same question you asked me. He glances toward the boy, who now sleeps peacefully, breath like a tide lapping gently at the shore of a dream. I looked at the sky one night, just like you, and I asked, why don't the stars fall? He smiles, a soft smile not meant to be seen. My teacher didn't answer. He just took me outside, pointed to the stars, and asked, what makes you think they stay up there? The monk chuckles gently, his voice a breeze through tall grass. It was then I realized I wasn't really asking about the stars. I was asking about everything, about why things stay and why others leave, about why my mother had died so early, why my best friend had left the monastery without a word, why joy felt so brief and fear so endless. He shifts slightly, rubbing his palms together slowly, as if warming them with memory. My teacher said, the stars don't fall, not because they're anchored, but because they're in balance. The monk gestures upward with one open hand. Everything in the universe exists because of conditions: gravity, mass, heat, distance, time. Stars burn and orbit, not because they're trying, but because they simply are. Just like you, just like me. He closes his hand again and lowers it to his lap. And that's karma, not fate, not punishment, but the unfolding of causes and conditions, the ripple of each choice, each action, each breath. The wind shifts. A bird calls once in the distance, then fades into the hush. There was once a boy who asked why bad things happened. He asked why the storm came when the harvest was nearly ripe, why his sister got sick even though she never harmed anyone, why his prayers sometimes felt like they vanished. The monk pauses, then continues. An old farmer told him, the field doesn't grow because you want it to. It grows because the sun, the soil, the rain, and your hands all come together in time. Sometimes the rain comes early. Sometimes it comes too late, but it never comes because of who you are. It comes because it does. He leans forward slightly. Everything is the result of everything else. That's dependent origination. The star shines not for you, but because of conditions you cannot count. And yet, you still get to see it. He lifts his gaze to the sky. You don't control the stars, but you can lie beneath them. You can choose how to respond when one falls. He smiles again. A long silence follows, and so, Tomas. The reason the stars don't fall is because they are where they need to be. and so are you. The boy makes no sound, but his breathing deepens slightly, as if some part of him, dreaming or not, has heard and agreed. The monk rises slowly, his knees stiff but practiced. He walks to the sleeping boy and tucks the blanket a little higher beneath his chin. He kneels beside him, placing a hand gently over his small heart. Just one breath's time. Then he withdraws, returning to his stool. He sits once more. The bamboo chime swings lazily. No sound this time, just movement, just being. He watches the last flicker of coal fade to black. Then he whispers, no longer telling a story, but letting the story end him. And now, with the teaching shared and the stars still glowing faintly overhead, the monk lets the hush wrap around everything like mist at dawn. The courtyard has no edges anymore. The walls have dissolved. The trees are shadows. The world is breath. You rest here too, though you may not realize it. You are Tomas. You are the monk. You are the stars. There is no separation now. Only the quiet weaving of all things together. No question needs answering. No lesson needs reviewing. What needed to unfold has done so, like a lotus that blooms when the water is still and no one is watching. You've walked gently through old Guatemalan soil, listened to the slow ringing of bells that do not sound, and stepped carefully along a river made of pebbles, patience, and care. And now, without grasping or clinging, you can let the path fall away. There is nothing left to reach. You are already here. Let the teachings rest in your bones, like dew settling on quiet leaves. Let the truths find space in your body, not as ideas to be held, but as air to be breathed. Let the stars remain above you, not for answers, not for light, but for presence. This night will hold you. The stories will remember you, and the wind soft and steady will carry everything else away. Let go now. Let yourself fall upward into the sky. No need to hold the candle. No need to name the stars. Just rest. Just be. Just sleep. In the next story, the fog rolls thick over the slow-moving river, curling like quiet breath across the eaves of tile-roofed homes. The sound of bamboo chimes tinks faintly in the distance, softened by the dew. A heron lifts into the morning air, its wings slicing gently through the pale mist as though it, too, were part of some slow-moving dream. It's here, in this river town, carved between hills and mist, that a young inkwash artist named Lin settles. He's not old, perhaps in his early 30s, but his eyes are already tired, not from age, but from too much looking without truly seeing. In the capital, he had earned attention, praise, even gold, sometimes. But fame came with clutter, too many commissions, too many expectations, and too many words spoken by people who didn't understand silence. So, he packs away his brushes, 5 treasured ones, each with a different softness of bristle, wraps them in silk, and boards a ferry heading down river. He carries nothing else but a scroll of rice paper and a tin of dried plum leaves. The old ferryman asks him what he's running from. Lin replies, with a half-smile, "Maybe I'm running towards something." The river doesn't answer. It simply carries him. The town he arrives in has no name printed on a map. Only whispered references in the letters pass between poets who no longer attend court. People call it the last fog because it seems to live where the mist gathers and never leaves. Here, roofs droop under moss. The air tastes like damp cedar, and even laughter seems to echo softly. Lin rents a room behind a tea house owned by a widow who doesn't speak much. She leaves him sweetened soy soup in the mornings and nods when he bows. The back courtyard has a koi pond choked with lotus leaves and a crumbling wooden bench. That becomes his studio. Birds sing here, but quietly, as if they, too, are practicing restraint. In the early mornings, Lin sits cross-legged, brush in hand, staring at the paper for hours before daring a single mark. This, already, is new for him. In the capital, every stroke had been urgent. Here, urgency has no place. One morning, while sketching the outline of a pine tree, he realizes his hand is shaking, not from cold or fear, from the recognition that his strokes no longer come from memory. They must come from presence. But presence is difficult. It requires undivided attention. It requires no stories, no ego. He stops painting for 3 days. Instead, he walks the narrow footpaths along the river, watching the way the fog hangs just above the water's surface like a veil waiting to lift. He studies the old women, washing turnips with their hands half submerged, how their movements stir ripples, but never urgency. He observes a child tracing circles on a frosted window with breath-held fascination. He notes the small things, a cracked lantern swaying, the way a curled leaf floats with no resistance, how ducks sleep in formation, facing upstream. And slowly, he begins to unlearn the way he once saw the world. He recalls a teaching he overheard once in a temple courtyard, spoken not to him, but near him, to paint the world. You must first become the world. No brush touches truth that the heart has not already touched. He hadn't understood it then. Now, it feels like a koan, empty, circular, but somehow alive. At night, he dreams of ink bleeding across a page until the paper disappears. There's a particular day that stays with him. He's sitting by the riverbank, sketching ripples. Not grand boats or swaying reeds, just ripples. A fisherman notices and chuckles, drawing water. "Are you the man?" says, resting his basket. Lin shrugs, trying to. "You can't draw water, it moves." That's the point. The fisherman considers this. Then maybe don't draw what moves. Draw what stays. Lin thinks for a moment. What stays? The man taps his chest. That part that watches. That night. Lin paints nothing. But he sleeps the best he's slept in years. There's something odd about this town, perhaps the mist, perhaps the silence, but time loosens here. Days stretch like brushstrokes. people speak more slowly, or maybe Lin just listens more deeply. He visits the marketplace sometimes, not to buy, but to listen. A monk sells fermented tea near the edge of the plaza. His robes are faded to the color of wet ash, and his face is lined like rice paper left in rain. One day, the monk watches Lin watch him. He beckons him over with a crooked finger. "Artist," the monk says, "your brush carries too much." "Too much what intention?" Lin tilts his head. "Your brush," the monk continues, "must forget your hand, and your hand must forget your mind." "How do I do that?" The monk smiles without teeth. "Find the pause before the stroke. That's where the Dharma is." The next morning, Lin returns to his courtyard and prepares the ink more slowly than ever before. He grinds the stick against the stone, water pooling into black pools like night puddles. He waits. He listens. The brush feels heavier in his fingers, but not burdensome. Anchored, and he begins to search for that pause. A tiny moment before creation, before movement, where everything exists and nothing does. He doesn't know it yet, but that search will become everything. The courtyard air is thick with the smell of wet leaves and charcoal ash. Autumn has settled into the bones of the town, and with it comes a deeper kind of quiet, the kind that hums under the surface, like a thought waiting to become language. Lin wakes before the birds and steps barefoot into the yard, steam rising from his tea bowl, robe loose over one shoulder. The paper waits on the bench where he left it the night before. Unmarked, not empty, though. He has stopped calling it empty. There's a change in how he holds the brush now. Not as a sword, not as a pen, but more like a feather caught in still air. He doesn't paint yet. He simply holds it and breathes. A few days after his conversation with the toothless monk, he returns to that stall in the market. The monk says nothing. This time just hands him a small packet wrapped in mulberry paper. Inside a single stick of ink, old and cracked, carved with the image of a crane. It smells faintly of pine and smoke. This belonged to someone who stopped trying. The monk says, "Maybe it will help you stop too." That evening, Lin prepares it with reverence. He grinds it slowly, water forming a black spiral in the inkstone. Every circle, a breath. Every breath, a letting go. He's surprised to find his hand no longer reaching for results. There is no rush to see the image appear. For now, the image is in the waiting. He remembers watching his mother wash rice when he was a boy. She had a rhythm to it. Scoop, swirl, rinse, pour. She never measured, never timed. But the rice always turned out perfectly tender, as if it had learned something from her silence. That memory becomes a brushstroke, not a literal image, but something else. A curve in a pine branch, the soft dark of a mountain's underside. Feeling more than form, Lin paints again. He paints a small mountain rising from mist, but leaves most of the paper untouched. In the past, he would have filled the space trees, cranes, a pagoda tucked somewhere. Now, The unmarked expanse speaks louder. When he holds the paper up to the morning light, it almost glows. A neighbor passes and peers over the low wall. "Why stop there?" the old woman asks, pointing at the vast white space. Lynn bows slightly, because that's where the sound ends. She chuckles, or begins. That night, he visits the tea house's attic, where the widow stores old things, forgotten scrolls, cracked bowls, wooden sandals. He finds a faded calligraphy piece leaning behind a chest. The characters are brushed with such softness they seem to float. One in particular draws his eye. It reads, "Woo wei, non-doing." He copies the strokes over and over again, not to mimic, but to understand. There's something in the rhythm of it that bypasses his thinking. The way the first line lifts, pauses, drops like a breath he hadn't noticed before. He paints it once on its own sheet and pins it to the wall above his pillow. He doesn't need to know exactly what it means. His body understands first. Weeks pass like smoke curling from incense. The world narrows no longer about who sees his paintings, only about how he sees. He studies insects crawling on stone, watches rain pool in wooden grooves, the pause before a crow calls, the delay between his thoughts and their dissolving. He visits the monk once more, this time bringing tea. They sit side by side on flat stones, facing nothing in particular. The monk pours the tea and says, "Have you found the pause?" Lynn doesn't answer. The monk smiles. "Good." He tells Lynn a story about a calligrapher in the Tang dynasty who trained for 30 years not to write more perfectly, but to write less. In the end, his final masterpiece was a blank scroll. People called it madness. He called it a rival. Lynn doesn't know if the story is true. That's not the point. The point is the stillness behind it. One morning, Lynn's brush slips. A streak of ink runs down the paper in a line he hadn't meant to make. He stares at it, heartbeat quickening, then breathes. Instead of starting over, he dips the brush again and follows the mistake, lets it guide the next stroke. The result? A mountain shape that's gentler, more human. He bows to the paper. From then on, he no longer uses the word mistake. Sometimes, people stop by the courtyard to watch him. He doesn't mind. He stopped painting for approval. He simply paints. Some visitors ask what the paintings mean. He smiles, gestures toward the air, or a leaf, or the shape of wind. One child says, "But there's nothing there." Lynn replies, "Exactly." That child returns every few days, always bringing some odd gift, an acorn, a folded reed, once even a broken shoehorn. They sit and watch clouds together. The boy never asks to paint. He just listens. There's one particular afternoon, the sky gray, the air thick with the promise of rain, when Lynn takes out a large scroll he's been saving. He places it on the bench, dips his brush, and waits, and waits. Then, one stroke, soft, deliberate, followed by a second. Then he stops. He doesn't add more. He just stares. breath caught between exhale and inhale. The child asks, "Is it done?" Lynn smiles. It never began. The rains come in long, soft sheets. Morning begins with a hush of droplets against the tiled roof, as if the sky is whispering stories to the stones. The pond in the courtyard brims over, lily pads trembling under the weight of water too light to see. Lynn steps outside with a reed umbrella and listens, not just to the rain, but to the spaces between, to the rhythm of absence, the silence tucked inside each drop. He has been living in the town for several months now. He no longer counts the days. Time is folded, like a scroll left gently on the shelf. Today, he feels pulled to paint a waterfall, not one he's seen here, but one from memory, from a journey long ago through a forest in the southern hills. Back then, he had tried to paint it and failed. His brush captured the rocks, the foliage, even the spray. But the water, it never felt real. Too stiff, too deliberate. Water doesn't sit still for anyone, not even an artist. Now, with months of stillness in his bones and something like non-doing in his breath, Lynn believes he is ready to try again. He hikes to the edge of the village, where a creek winds through pine and bamboo. He finds a ledge of stone where the water tumbles, not with force, but with elegance, a kind of quiet power, like someone thinking very deeply while speaking not at all. Lynn watches. That's all. He does not sketch. He doesn't even bring paper. Only his eyes, and is noticing. The water flows, bends, catches light, breaks into threads. It disappears, reforms, disappears again. What is it, really? He wonders. It moves, yet always remains. It has no shape, yet every shape. You can see it, touch it, but try to hold it, and it slips through your fingers like a forgotten thought. He whispers, mostly to himself, "This is the mind." When he returns to his courtyard, he prepares his ink, carefully, slowly. The rain continues, tapping on the edges of everything. The brush feels different in his hand, not lighter or heavier, but more honest. He lays out a new sheet of paper, then he stops. He remembers what the monk said. Find the pause before the stroke. So he closes his eyes and waits. When the brush finally touches paper, it moves without resistance. A line flows down like a thread unraveling, widening slightly at the bottom, softening like mist. He lifts the brush, breathes, adds another, and another. No attempt to mimic or control, only to follow, to be with the water as it becomes ink. But something happens. Halfway through, his hand hesitates. The image begins to look like a tree branch. His mind wants to correct it, sharpen the form, define it. He grips the brush too tightly. The next stroke goes awkward, thick, crooked. He freezes. Old habits don't disappear. They linger like old ghosts, knocking from behind the paper. He stares at the sheet, feels frustration, rising like steam. Then, something softer, a memory. Years ago, he had visited a Zen temple carved into the mountain stone. A small shrine stood near the back. where a single phrase had been etched into wood, a mirror with no dust. He hadn't understood it then. Now, maybe, he does. This waterfall, the one he tried to paint, the one on paper, the one that lives in the mind, they're all dust. He thinks, fleeting, slippery dust. He dips the brush again, but instead of fixing the stroke, he leaves it. He paints around it. He follows the crookedness, embraces it. The waterfall on the paper looks nothing like the one he saw. It looks less real, more uncertain, but it breathes. It pulses. It feels like water. He sits back, eyes half closed. A dragonfly lands on the edge of the bench. That, he whispers to the insect, is the closest I've ever come. Later that day, the widow who runs the tea house brings him a small bowl of steamed lotus seeds and places it silently by his side. She sees the scroll hanging, tilts her head. Is it finished? She asks. Lynn shrugs. I stopped. She smiles. Good. Word spreads quietly through the village. A few people stop by to see the waterfall that doesn't look like one. Some leave puzzled. Others leave smiling in silence. One old man stays for a long time, then says, "It's like how my dreams feel." Lynn bows. He begins to understand that not everything must be explained. Some things, like water, must only be witnessed, touched, perhaps, but not held. One afternoon, the child who brings gifts returns this time with a piece of broken pottery. He hands it to Lynn and says, "I found this in the mud." Lynn turns it over. The glaze is cracked. The shape is incomplete. He sets it gently beside his inkstone. "Why keep it?" the boy asks. "Because it's already let go." Lynn replies. The next morning, he sketches a new piece, not a waterfall this time, but the broken pottery, and next to it, a single drop of water falling. It's barely visible, just a whisper of ink, but it changes the whole painting. That evening, the rain stops. For the first time in days, stars appear above the village. Lynn lies on his back beneath them, listening to the quiet. Not the absence of sound, but the fullness of it. The kind that lives in the still spaces between wind, between breath, between thoughts. He remembers something the monk once said to know water. Don't watch it move. Watch how it returns. Lynn falls asleep on the wooden bench, brush still in hand, the paper fluttering gently beside him like wings preparing to lift. By late autumn, the air thins. Leaves no longer fall in clusters but drift one by one, as if the trees are letting go with deliberate care. The colors soften less gold now, more silver. Mist thickens in the mornings, sometimes clinging until midday. Lynn's courtyard fills with a pale, translucent hush. Even sound seems hesitant, as though it too is becoming space. Lynn wakes early again, though he no longer sets an alarm. His sleep now follows the rhythm of birdsong and nightfall. This morning, however, he feels pulled somewhere, a memory, or maybe just a suggestion carried in a dream. He dresses in quiet layers, tucks a small brush into his sleeve, and sets out before tea. The path he takes is not one he's walked before. It bends uphill, past low stone walls overtaken by moss, through stands of ginkgo trees already bare. After an hour, he reaches a clearing he hadn't known existed. There, tucked against the hillside, stands a crumbling temple, or what remains of one. Most of the roof has collapsed, and the wooden columns lean inward like monks bowing to time. Ivy coils through broken tiles, a statue of Canon, the bodhisattva of compassion, rests beneath a canopy of leaves, its face serene, though chipped. Lin bows. He steps into the ruin. There is no altar anymore, just open sky above, dry leaves crunching underfoot, and silence so deep it swells. He places his palm on one of the old beams. The wood is warm, somehow alive. Something here feels honest. He sits on a slab of stone, unrolls a small scroll, and prepares to paint. But he does not rush. He waits, watches how the light filters through the broken roof, how shadows move across the dirt floor. There are no obvious subjects here, no waterfalls, no cranes, no faces, just space and light. He makes one stroke curved, deliberate, then another faint, nearly invisible. He leaves most of the paper untouched. It feels complete. He leans it against the base of the statue, not to offer, not to keep, just to leave it where it belongs. As he turns to go, he notices something strange. On the inner wall of the temple, high above reach, an old painting remains, barely visible, just outlines, worn by wind and rain. But in the gaps where the paint has faded, something new appears, the silhouette of mountains, a negative space that looks more whole than the original image, as if time had painted over the painting, not to erase it, but to reveal its truth. He stares at it for a long time. The shape of what's missing. That phrase lingers. When he returns to the village, he can't shake it. Over the next few days, he paints only absence, not as void, but as presence. The shadow where a person sat, the space between two branches, the breath between words. He begins to use less ink, more water. His brush barely grazes the page now. Some paintings are nothing but faint lines and vast white. People stop understanding his work. Some ask, "Is it unfinished?" He smiles. No, it's not overdone. One young woman brings him a rolled-up painting of her own, a scene of the mountains, rendered with care and detail. "It's beautiful," he says sincerely, "but something feels off." She replies, "I can't tell what." He studies it, then softly, "You gave the mountain its form, but not its silence." She frowns, then nods, slowly. Silence is what Lin chases now. Not the silence of quiet rooms, but the deeper kind, the one that lives between thoughts, the one he glimpsed in the ruined temple, the one that cannot be painted, yet fills the space between each brush stroke. He visits the temple often after that. Sometimes he paints, sometimes not. He begins to bring others, those who ask, those who don't. He never explains. just walks beside them, then leaves them there. The child from before comes with him one crisp morning, carrying a half-broken lantern. They sit in the moss. The child asks, "Why is it broken?" Lin gestures toward the roof, so light can come through. The boy nods, holds up the lantern. "Then maybe this one is ready." Lin laughs softly. They leave the lantern by the statue. That night, Lin paints something he never shares. A single curved line in the center of the scroll. Nothing else. He doesn't know why, only that it feels necessary. He pins it above his sleeping mat and stares at it before drifting into sleep. In a dream, the line becomes a river, then a mountain, then a tear, then nothing at all. He wakes with tears dried on his cheek. The next day, he walks to the riverbank and listens not to the sound of water, but to how the space holds it, the way the river knows where not to flow. The waveform always includes its opposite. He whispers aloud. Empty space speaks louder. The wind answers by saying nothing at all. The first frost comes like a whisper. It doesn't announce itself with wind or cold. It simply appears. One quiet dawn, silver dust lining the rooftops, fine crystals glinting along the rail of the footbridge, a delicate shimmer across the lotus pond in Lin's courtyard. Even the fish beneath the surface seem slower, their movements softened by the season's turning breath. Lin exhales, watching his own breath leave him, a small cloud of warmth that fades before he finishes watching. He nods to himself. This is the time to release. That morning, he prepares a scroll he has spent weeks painting, his longest work yet. It's a piece of layered emptiness, mountain ridges that disappear into clouds, reeds bending without roots, figures barely outlined with single trembling strokes. He has painted it over and over, on the same sheet, each new stroke washing over the old, not covering it, but allowing it to fade. He called it the path without footprints, and today he is ready to let it go. He rolls it carefully, binds it with twine, and begins the walk up to the ruined temple, the one where silence speaks. But along the path, a wind gust lifts from the valley and tugs the scroll from his hands. The knot slips. The scroll unspools mid-air like a slow ribbon. Before Lin can reach it, a branch catches the corner and rips the paper. The scroll drops into a muddy pool, soaking through in seconds. He freezes. The image blurs. The ink spreads. Mountains dissolve into puddles. Reeds bleed into clouds. Strokes turn to smudges. All of it gone just like that. He crouches beside the ruined scroll. For a long moment, he simply stares. His fingers hover just above it, unsure whether to pick it up or leave it to the mud. Then a sound, quiet laughter. He turns. The child with the broken lantern stands nearby, holding a reed flute. It melted, the boy says, almost in awe. Lin breathes. Yes. Will you paint it again? Lin pauses. No. Why? He touches the edge of the paper, now torn and soaking, because the mountain has already walked away. Later that night, back in his courtyard, Lin washes the last of the ink off his hands. He stares at the blank paper before him. He feels no urge to replace what was lost. No resentment. Just a steady warmth in the space where that scroll used to live. He remembers something the monk said months ago while they sat on the flat stones near the market. If you carry a bowl filled with water and never pour it, it becomes stagnant. If you empty it completely, then it's always ready to be filled. He looks around the courtyard, the pond, the stones, the bare trees. All of them, in some way, are empty now, and none are lacking. For days after the scroll's loss, he doesn't paint, not out of grief, but reverence. His hands feel sacred in their rest, his mind untangled. He spends more time with the widow who runs the tea house. They share warm barley tea. She tells him stories from her girlhood, how she once thought she'd become a mountain priestess, but fell in love with a grain seller instead. He listens, not to reply, not to record, just to witness. One afternoon, she hands him a small folded cloth. Inside is a brush, old, soft, its handle worn smooth from years of use. It belonged to my husband, she says. He used to sketch tea leaves just to watch them curl. Lin accepts it with both hands, bows deeply, and sets it beside his inkstone. He will use it, but not yet. Instead, he goes to the temple with the child and the flute. They sit together, backs against the fallen pillar. The boy plays no tune, just lets the flute breathe out gentle, uneven notes. Between each sound, there is space. Lin counts those spaces, like beads on a mala. Eventually, the boy asks, "Do you miss the painting?" Lin considers. "I miss the part of me that needed it." The boy frowns, then nods, even if he doesn't fully understand. That's the thing about Zen. It doesn't always arrive through explanation. Sometimes it arrives through frost, or the quiet dripping of melted snow, or a torn scroll sinking into silence. That evening, Lin takes out a fresh sheet of paper and lays it flat on the bench. He dips the old brush gently into ink. One stroke, then nothing. He watches the paper dry, watches the moon rise, watches the shadow of his own breath on the ground, and then he folds the paper, unmarked but full, and tucks it into his sleeve. The lesson has been painted, not with brush and ink, but with letting go. The first snow doesn't fall. It drifts like ash from an unseen fire. It floats downward in slow spirals, landing without sound on rooftops, on the upturned face of a stone lantern, on the sleeve of Lin's robe as he stands in the courtyard with both hands clasped around a steaming bowl of millet porridge. The world has turned pale, like a half-inked scroll. Footsteps become whispers. Chimneys breathe gently. The koi no longer surface. Even the wind moves more respectfully now. Lin watches the snow gather on the edge of the old bench, where his brushes lie wrapped in cloth. He hasn't painted in several days, but that doesn't feel like an absence anymore. Silence has become its own medium. Still, something stirs this morning. Not urgency, but invitation. The kind that doesn't call out, but waits at the doorway, knowing you'll come when you're ready. And so, after breakfast, Lin wraps his wool cloak tight and begins a slow climb up the forest trail behind the village, the one that leads, eventually, to the mountaintop hermitage where few go in winter. He has never been all the way. Today, he doesn't plan to reach the peak. He only wants to walk, to see what reveals itself when he does. The trail narrows as the slope steepens. Pines rise on either side, their trunks black against the snow, their needles sighing beneath the weight. He walks in rhythm with the falling flakes, every step measured as if each footprint might teach something, if read carefully. Halfway up, he pauses at a flat outcropping of stone. There, against all expectation, sits a blind man cross-legged, bareheaded, eyes closed, facing the sky. Lin hesitates, then steps forward quietly. The man speaks first. You walk like someone listening. I try to, then sit. Lin does. They sit in silence for a long time. The snow thickens around them, but neither seems to notice. Eventually, the man speaks again. Do you paint? Lin nods, then remembers. Yes. And now I watch. The blind man chuckles. Good. Seeing gets in the way. Lin blinks. You're blind. The man smiles. Exactly. He lifts a hand and gestures toward the open air. I used to carve poetry. Now I just listen to it, forming in the trees. Lin says nothing. The man turns his head slightly. The best paintings, he says, are the ones that disappear before they finish. Lin frowns, like snowflakes. The blind man smiles wider, like snowflakes. Yes, like breath, like thought, like you. They fall quiet again, not awkwardly, just fully. The kind of quiet that welcomes itself. Eventually, Lin rises, he bows. The blind man speaks one last time. If you must paint, don't paint what's there, paint what's gone. Lin descends the mountain slowly, each step leaving a mark that vanishes within minutes. By the time he reaches the village again, the sky has cleared. The courtyard is covered in white. Only the tops of stones and the roof tiles peek through, like forgotten syllables in a long poem. That night, Lin unrolls a sheet of paper, but doesn't paint. He simply holds the brush above it, watching the shadow of the bristles. Then, slowly, he moves it in the air, never touching the page, just motion, like a dancer with no stage. He lights no lamp, only moonlight fills the room. He dreams of the blind man's voice, echoing in the pines. In the morning, he paints one final stroke, barely a breath of ink across the page. A curve that starts but never ends. It becomes mist, then sky, then nothing. That day, villagers pass by and see the scroll pinned to the courtyard wall. One says, "It looks unfinished." Another says, "It looks perfect." The child with the flute stares at it the longest. Finally, he asks, "Where did it go?" Lin kneels beside him, where everything goes when we stop holding on. Later, Lin walks to the riverbank The snow is melting, thin streams trickling down into the current. He tears a strip from the edge of his painting, a single corner, where the ink has already faded, and lets it go into the water. It floats, turns once, and disappears beneath the surface. The sun dips low, and the river shines like the soft underside of cloud. That night, Lynn lies down with no scrolls hanging on the wall, no brushes prepared, no paintings drying in the corner. He listens to the wind pass through the cracked shutters and hears something he's never heard before. His mind, without shape. His thoughts, without name. His breath, without destination. The snow has melted, not all at once, but gently like the gradual forgetting of a song. One morning, Lynn wakes to birdsong rather than silence. A small warbler perched on the eaves, its feathers puffed against the morning chill, sings as if it were pulling spring into the world note by note. The courtyard is soft with thaw. Patches of earth peek through the snow. The koi begin to stir beneath the pond's surface again, their movement slow, cautious, but alive. A single plum blossom has bloomed at the edge of the path, absurdly early, startling in its courage. Lynn watches it for a long time. He does not feel compelled to paint it. That afternoon, he prepares tea for the widow and the boy. The three of them sit in the sun, warming themselves, their feet tucked beneath woven blankets. No one speaks, and nothing is missing. Then, at twilight, Lynn steps inside and takes out his largest scroll. He sets it on the bench and smooths it flat with his palms. The paper has been untouched for months. It waits not impatiently, but with the kind of trust only paper can have. He does not grind ink. He does not reach for a brush. Instead, he closes his eyes, and in that space between breath and thought, between presence and disappearance, something opens. He sees the ruined temple, blanketed in snow, the blind man on the mountain, listening, the broken scroll in the mud, the pause before the waterfall, the sound of the monk's voice on market day, the boy handing him a broken lantern, the widow's silent gift, the child's question, where did it go? He sees every painting he never painted. And then, finally, he opens his eyes and lifts the brush. This time, he does not seek to capture anything. Not the mountain, not the mist, not even the space. He lets the brush move on its own, carried by breath, unburdened by form. A line curves and disappears. A dot fades into emptiness. A stroke hovers, then dissolves into suggestion. The image becomes a question with no answer, a cloud that never touches the sky. It is the most honest thing he has ever created. He finishes and does not sign it. He places it in the center of the courtyard and weighs it down with a smooth river stone. The next morning, it is gone. Perhaps the wind took it. Perhaps the widow, or the child, or a monk passing through. Perhaps no one at all. He does not look for it. He only smiles. For the rest of that spring, Lynn paints without painting. He drinks tea without reaching for warmth. He walks without tracking distance. He lives in a world where even the act of creating no longer needs to be seen. One day, a traveler asks him if he is the artist from the capital, the one known for his masterful ink-wash landscapes. Lin shrugs and replies, "That man used to hold a brush." And when the traveler asks where he can see his most famous work, Lin gestures toward the sky, now clear and streaked with dusk light. "It's still happening," he says. That night, the child sleeps in the courtyard under a blanket of stars. Lin sits nearby, watching the moon rise. No scrolls, no lanterns, just the breath of the pond, the whisper of wind through bamboo, the ink of the sky. He closes his eyes, listens. Everything has faded, and nothing is lost. Now, rest. Let your breath settle like snow over quiet hills. Let the body soften where it clings. Let the thoughts, like old ink in a jar, separate gently. What was once dense becomes water again. Feel the stillness in your fingertips, the weight of nothing resting in your chest. Let your shoulders drop, as if they too are unscrolling from an old burden. There is no brush left to lift tonight, no image to finish, no meaning to chase. The canvas has disappeared, and yet you are still here. That is enough. Let yourself dissolve like Lin's final stroke, faint but honest. A movement not toward anything, but into everything. Let the air around you thicken with peace, like fog curling over water, not hiding the world, but softening it. You are not separate from that quiet. You are not the artist watching from the outside. You are the ink. You are the paper. You are the empty space between strokes. There is no need to understand this, no need to explain it. It does not live in language. It lives in the breath just before it becomes a word, in the glance just before it turns to thought, in the space where sleep begins. Let it all go now. Let go of needing to let go. Even the teachings can be folded gently, like old cloth, and set beside you. They've done their part. Now, you rest. The river flows on. The brush has fallen still. And in this silence, this beautiful, endless silence, you are free. In the next story, the morning is still dark, and Istanbul's rooftops are coated with a thin layer of dew. You can hear the quiet shuffle of broom bristles on stone streets, the faint click of shutters unlatching, the hiss of a kettle 2 houses away. Somewhere down a winding cobbled lane, a crooked wooden sign creaks on rusty hinges, Mehmet's bread. Inside the small bakery, a single lantern burns low. Its amber glow spills over flour-dusted counters, worn wooden shelves, and a stack of linen cloths that still smell faintly of smoke. In the back, past rows of dough bowls and a chipped water jug, Mehmet yawns so wide his jaw cracks. He's 39 lean, bleary-eyed, and every inch of him is covered in flour. It clings to his eyelashes, beneath his apron. His shirt is damp with last night's sweat. He hasn't slept much. He never does. In Mehmet's world, bread doesn't care about your feelings. It rises when it rises, cracks when it cracks, and burns if you blink too long. For nearly 20 years, he's fought the same invisible war every morning. The yeast doesn't care that your wife left. The fire doesn't wait for your mood to improve. He slaps the sourdough once more harder than he needs to then begins folding. The dough resists, then gives. It's almost like breathing. Outside. The first Ezan call hasn't yet begun, but he already knows the rhythm. It starts faint, like an echo in the chest, a long note held at dawn, cutting through dream and grief and stubborn clumps of flour. This morning, however, something odd hangs in the air. Not the scent, it's still a blend of yeast, wood smoke, and sweat. No, it's a stillness. The kind of stillness that sits on the roof and waits like a cat. And sure enough, someone knocks, not loud, just once. It's too early for customers and too late for beggars. Mehmet frowns, wipes his hands on his apron, and opens the door. A man stands there, wearing too many layers for the spring chill. He looks like he's walked a long way, though his sandals are clean. His beard is gray and uncombed, and a kind of silence follows him like a second shadow. He smiles. Your oven is very warm, the stranger says, but your heart is too hot. Mehmet squints at him. I didn't order a fortune teller, he mutters. Come back after dawn if you want bread. But the man just nods, as if that's exactly what he expected, and walks away. Mehmet grumbles as he goes back to the counter. But something about the man's words sticks like dough under his fingernail. He forgets it for a few minutes, lost in kneading. But it returns when he pulls open the oven door. The flames snap at him, hotter than usual. He swears under his breath and pulls back. He must have stoked it too hard. Too hot, he mutters, echoing the old man's words. The first few loaves come out overbrowned, their crusts blistered and hard. He curses again. Today's customers will scowl. But there's no time to start over. By sunrise, Mehmet is tired, frustrated, and 3 loaves short. As customers arrive, he forces smiles and offers discounts. They grumble and nod. The city is always half asleep. At this hour, nobody really talks, not until tea. Yet mid-morning, as he's sweeping flour off the windowsill, he sees the man again, sitting calmly in the alley, slicing an apple with a small, dull knife. Mehmet watches for a minute, then steps outside. What did you mean, he asks. Warm oven, hot heart. Was that just a line to get free bread? The man smiles and sets down his apple. No, you are a baker. You work with fire, but you treat your fire like an enemy. Mehmet frowns. It is the enemy. It burns everything. It also cooks everything. A pause. The man picks up a pebble and tosses it gently into the gutter. Bread cannot rise in cold, he continues, but too much fire makes it bitter. Same with your words, your hands, your thoughts. He doesn't wait for an answer. He picks up his apple, nods, and walks away. The day wears on. At noon, Mehmet makes tea in the back. He sits on a crate. The bakery quiet now. Fire makes bread rise, but too much scorches it. His hands move to his chest, just for a moment. No one has accused him of a hot heart before. He remembers once, years ago, his mother baking flatbread over an open flame. Her hands never trembled. She hummed while flipping it. He hums now, without realizing. The tune is crooked, uncertain. That night, he bakes again. This time, slower. He lets the dough rest longer, feeds the fire with less rage. The bread still cracks, but not so angrily. And as the last loaf finishes, something unexpected happens. He smiles. Not the forced kind he gives customers, the kind that breaks your face a little, like something soft melting. Maybe the man won't come back, or maybe he will. But something in Mehmet shifts, like dough under a gentle palm. He sleeps early that night, for the first time in months. The next morning arrives on tiptoes. Fog hangs low over the Bosphorus, softening the sharp lines of the city, as if Istanbul itself is still deciding whether to wake up. Down the quiet street, the smell of firewood and fresh yeast floats through the morning chill like a gentle exhale. Mehmet opens the bakery door a little earlier than usual, not because of duty, but because he wants to. That's new. He doesn't quite understand it, but there it is, humming beneath his ribs like the low coals in the oven. He needs slower now. It's not laziness. It's more like listening. Each fold of the dough feels like it has something to say. And for once, Mehmet isn't interrupting. The sourdough is softer today. Not weaker, just less angry, somehow. But peace is never permanent. Not in bakeries. Not in life. Just before noon, disaster arrives in a brown sack. It begins with a delivery boy, huffing up the street with flour from the nearby mill. Mehmet opens the bag, scoops a handful, and frowns. Too coarse. He pinches it, rolls it, sniffs. It's not bad, exactly, but it's not right either. This is winter flour, rough and damp, unfit for the airy loaves he's known for. He sends the boy off with a sigh and decides, reluctantly, to visit the mill himself. The sun is high and warm as Mehmet walks uphill, his shoes scraping on the stones. He hasn't left his bakery during work hours in years. The streets feel unfamiliar, tilted, noisy, alive in ways he doesn't quite recognize. The mill is a squat stone building at the edge of the city, perched beside a stream that's older than every word Mehmet's ever spoken. The grinding stones hum, ancient and slow. Inside, a woman stands with her sleeves rolled up and her hair tucked beneath a linen scarf. She's easily his age, maybe older, with hands that look carved from olive wood. Bakery down in the quarter, she asks, before he even speaks. He nods, impressed. How did you know you've got flour on your ear? He chuckles. It's the kind of laugh that forgets it's been locked away. I think there's been a mistake, he says, motioning toward the coarse flour. This isn't the kind I usually get. The woman leans on the counter and studies him, not just his face, but the way he stands, the way his fingers tap the edge of the sack. "What's wrong with coarse flour?" she asks gently. "It doesn't rise the way I need it to," Mehmet explains. "It resists." She hums, as if that's not a problem but a question. Or maybe it teaches. He tilts his head. "Coarse flour is slow," she continues. "Like grief. Like forgiveness. It makes heavier bread. Not beautiful, maybe, but filling. Outside, the mill's water wheel creaks like an old memory." Mehmet watches her scoop a palm full of the flour and hold it up to the light. The flecks inside shimmer like sand. "I'll send you what you prefer," she says. "But try this too. You may need it before you know why." Back at the bakery, Mehmet stares at the sack like it might explain itself. Then he sighs, lights the oven, and decides to try. The dough fights him, not like a sword fight, more like a stubborn old friend. It cracks along the folds and refuses to stay round. He adjusts the water, the salt. He waits longer. He doesn't rush. At first, the bread looks wrong. Too low, too rough. But when he cuts it, there's something rich inside. Something grounding. Later that evening, a boy comes in, a wiry teenager with coal under his nails and mischief in his grin. He asks for bread, counts coins, and looks disappointed. "I'll take whatever's cheapest," he mumbles. Mehmet hesitates, then slides one of the rough loaves across the counter. "No charge," he says. "Just tell me what you think." The boy blinks, then takes a bite, chews, looks surprised, nods, and runs off. Mehmet smiles to himself. Maybe not every loaf needs to rise. That night, he dreams of wheat fields, not golden and perfect, but uneven and wild stalks bent by wind, birds circling overhead. In the dream, he's not walking through the field. He is the field, rooted, swaying, a little ragged, but still growing. When he wakes, he doesn't rush out of bed. He just listens to the wind, the wood, his own breath. There's no knock on the door today, no strange monk, no riddle, just dough and fire and time. As he folds the coarse flour into his next batch, he feels something unexpected: curiosity. Not control, not mastery, just a question, rising slowly. What else have I mistaken for failure? The following week begins with a hiss, not of the oven, nor the kettle, but of an irate customer standing at Mehmet's counter, holding a loaf like it's an accusation. This is too dark. The man snaps. Crust is like leather. Mehmet wipes his hands on a cloth. "It's whole wheat," he says calmly. "The flour changed last week. I don't care." The man interrupts. "I've been buying bread here since your father ran this place. He never made mistakes like this. There it is, the jab." Mehmet feels it strike just beneath the ribs. He nods once, takes back the loaf, offers another, lighter crust, a safer bread. The man snatches it and leaves without another word. When the door closes, Mehmet stares down at the rejected loaf. He could eat it himself, feed it to birds, or toss it in the alley like a failure. Instead, he slices it, smells it, takes a bite. It's beautiful. Thick, yes. Hearty, yes. But grounding, in a way soft bread never was. He chews slowly, swallows, feels his breath deepen, but something inside still sours. By mid-afternoon, everything seems to go wrong. A tray of loaves falls. A child vomits on the floor. The butter shipment is delayed. The street cat he secretly feeds refuses to eat. His patience frays like an old dish towel, and then he burns a whole batch. Not just overcooked, burned. Crusts blistered black, smoke leaking through the shutters. He kicks the oven door. Not hard, but it echoes. Of course, he mutters. Of course today. The scent of failure clings to the walls. He locks the shop early and sits on the floor, back against the oven. His legs ache. His fingers are stiff. There's ash on his cheek and salt in his throat. He thinks of walking away. He thinks of his father. He thinks of his mother's hands. Then, with nothing left to fix, he remembers the man who came before dawn, the one who spoke of fire and hearts, and the mill woman, with her slow flower and long silences. Mehmet exhales. He lights a small lamp, sweeps the floor, and sits at the empty counter. Outside, Istanbul shifts into dusk. Lanterns flicker alive. A boy whistles. A door creaks open somewhere down the lane. A moment of peace tries to enter. He lets it. That night, in a dream, he stands before a field of ovens, hundreds of them. Each one burns at a different heat, each one guarded by a version of himself. Some are younger, angrier. Some weep while kneading. Others scream at dough that never listens. He walks past them all. At the last oven, there is no flame, just coals, low, even, steady. Beside it, an older version of himself sits with a loaf in hand, untouched. The older Mehmet looks up, smiles. He breaks the bread in two and hands half to the dreamer. They eat in silence, and it's enough. Mehmet wakes before dawn, sits up, and breathes. Just breathes. He walks to the kitchen, lights the oven slowly, starts with water, then flour, then nothing for a while. He just waits. This batch is smaller, intentional. The first customer arrives, a woman in her 60s who once shouted at him for selling a dry simit. She looks tired today. Something in her eyes is different, something gentle. She says softly, "If you have it." He offers one of the coarse loaves. She takes it, sniffs it, doesn't speak. Later, he sees her sitting at the corner fountain, tearing off bits and sharing them with pigeons. That afternoon, a small boy peeks into the shop. The same boy he once gave free bread to. This time, he carries a copper coin. He lays it on the counter with ceremony. "One more of the good kind," he says. Mehmet doesn't ask which kind. He knows. He slides the loaf across. The boy holds it with both hands, like it's sacred. "You baked it nicer?" the boy says, eyeing the crust. "No," Mehmet replies, smiling. "I just didn't fight it this time." Evening falls, and the burnt smell has left the walls. Something lingers instead, a softness, like the quiet after a long apology. He takes the last loaf, sets it on the counter, and sits beside it. He watches as shadows stretch across the floor, watches the flour settle in slow spirals in the air, and he whispers not to the loaf, not to the oven, not to himself exactly, but to whatever it is that listens when no one else can. I'm not perfect, he says, but I'm here. And that somehow is enough. The next day begins not with fire, nor flour, but with heat of another kind. By mid-morning, the city is sweating, a dry, stubborn heat that clings to shirts and warps wooden doors. Even the breeze off the Bosphorus feels sluggish, as though it too is exhausted by the sun. Inside the bakery, the oven glows low, but steady. Mehmet is already sweating through his linen shirt, even before the first tray of simit is out. He moves slower today, not just because of the heat, but because of something else. He doesn't feel the usual rush behind his ribs, no urgency, just presence. But Istanbul's heat awakens other things. Arguments rise in the street like steam. A man shouts at a boy over a dropped jar. An old woman scolds a vendor for short-changing her on lemons. Mehmet hears it all through the open shutters. It's as if the city is boiling. He closes the shutters part way, wipes his forehead, and pours a cup of cool water. Sips. Still. He feels it creeping in old impatience, an urge to fix, to shout, to stamp out the tension like a spark before it becomes fire. But then a figure steps inside the bakery, shadowed in the doorway. It's him, the same layered-robed man from days ago, the one who spoke of heat and hearts, still barefoot, still calm, still holding that quiet like a second robe. Mehmet freezes. The man smiles again, the kind of smile that sees far more than it should. "This is a good day," the man says, stepping further in, for learning how to not burn. They sit at the back of the shop, near the water jug and the cracked stool. The man declines bread, but accepts a plum. He eats it slowly, each bite deliberate. "Everything burns when heat isn't watched," he says. "But have you noticed? Fire never burns itself." Mehmet furrows his brow. "What does that mean?" The man shrugs. "It's not anger that burns us. It's what we do with it. Fire becomes dangerous only when it forgets where it begins." They sit in silence a while longer. Outside, a cart rattles past and someone curses about spoiled fish. Finally, Mehmet speaks. "I used to think calmness came from getting everything under control, from making the dough behave, from making the customers happy." The man chuckles. How exhausting that must have been. It was, Mehmet admits. Still is, some days. The man finishes the plum, sets the pit carefully on the windowsill. "Let fire warm you," he says, "not consume you." Then he stands and leaves again. No goodbye, no flare, just gone. That evening, the city breathes again. A slow wind rises from the sea. Tarps flap lazily at the stalls. A child laughs in a neighboring alley. The air softens. Mehmet bakes a small batch of bread, half the usual. He spends longer watching the crust than kneading the dough. One loaf cracks too early, another browns unevenly, but none of them burn. When the bread cools, he takes one outside, sits on the front step, breaks off a corner, chews. It tastes simple, not perfect, but whole. Then a merchant walks by Mustafa, a friend turned rival from years ago. They once competed over price, over texture, over whose bread sounded better when tapped. Mustafa pauses. New recipe. Mehmet smiles. No. Same fire, different hands. Mustafa nods, thoughtful. You're quieter these days. I'm trying something. What's that? Not burning. Later that night, a young couple enters the bakery near closing. They look flushed, halfway through a quarrel that clearly started over dinner and has no real ending yet. Mehmet watches the husband pace, the wife cross her arms. Without speaking, he slides 2 loaves toward them, one soft and light, one dense and dark. The man eyes him. We didn't order yet. You didn't need to. They blink, then slowly, cautiously, they each pick one. The wife clutches the dense loaf. The man chews the lighter one, like it's the first breath after a long argument. They sit, they eat, they don't speak. But their shoulders loosen. Mehmet watches the steam rise from their hands and feels something ancient in his chest like a knot untying. When he locks up, the moon is low. The streets are quiet. He thinks about fire again. How easy it is to mistake it for anger. How easy it is to let it scorch everything before it even serves its purpose. His own anger was never loud. It simmered in the bones, in the teeth, in the cracked knuckles and impatient sighs. But lately, it simmers less, because now he watches it, the way he watches dough, the way he watches the oven, not to tame it, just to know when it's enough. He pours himself a final glass of water, stands by the window, and lets the heat fade from his limbs. The coals in the oven are low now, but not out, and neither is he. The next morning, Istanbul is veiled in mist, not the heavy kind that blinds the eyes, but a soft, lifting one like breath on glass. The call to prayer rises through it like a thread of gold, winding between rooftops, curling around chimneys, and gently brushing the ears of those who still lie in bed. Mehmet is already awake, not out of obligation. He simply woke. Something inside him rises now without force. He steps into the bakery barefoot. The coals are still warm from last night. He kneels near the oven and listens not for noise, but for rhythm. The kind you can't hear unless you become very, very still. As he opens the window, shudders. The scent of water and stone reaches in. The mist curls through the frame like an old friend, returning without need for words. He lights the fire, with care, with patience. The first loaf of the day is a small one, rounded and stitched by hand. No customer has requested it. He bakes it anyway. While it rises, he remembers the widow at the mill and her flour, thick as earth. He remembers the silent monk and his riddles wrapped in warmth. He remembers the way the oven once felt like a rival and now feels like a companion. Each of them taught something, even if they never called it teaching. He pours tea, drinks slowly, watches the mist, and then the storm arrives. Not outside, inside. A crash in the rear of the shop. A beam falls, just like that. No warning. Mehmet rushes back and finds the shelf that's always been crooked has finally given up. Spices spill everywhere. A tin of cumin splits open. Glass shatters. The shelf lies like a defeated soldier across the flour sacks. He exhales. Not a groan, not a shout, just breath. He kneels, begins gathering the fallen things. Every motion slow, intentional, like kneading. He remembers something the monk once said, "When everything falls, only presence remains." By midday, the mess is gone. The room smells faintly of cumin and cardamom, spices meant for stew, not bread, but their presence lingers sweetly. He decides to use them. That evening, an old customer wanders in Nadia, a widow who once baked in the hills beyond Üsküdar. Her hands are curled now with time, her eyes watery but wise. She peers at the new loaf on display. "What's this one?" "An accident," Mehmet replies with a smile. She bites, chews. Her eyes light up. "Keep making accidents like this," she says, and takes 2 more for the road. Later, Mehmet sits in the doorway as the city exhales into dusk. Children run with paper kites tied to candle-lit lanterns. A cat licks its paw on the roof. Somewhere nearby, a flute plays lazily, then fades. Mehmet doesn't try to name the feeling rising in his chest. He just watches the moment unfold. The oven breathes behind him, coals low, steady, and for once, his thoughts don't wander. He remembers a story his mother once told about a baker who never measured anything. People laughed at him, said his bread was luck, not skill. But when the war came and flour grew scarce, it was that baker's hands that saved the town. Because he knew what dough felt like, not from books, but from years of listening. Mehmet understands that now. Some wisdom is learned through quiet, and some only through heat. As night deepens, the shop empties. One final customer remains a shy boy who speaks rarely but always bows deeply. He points to the spiced bread. "It smells like something my grandmother used to make." He says, Mehmet doesn't ask for more. He just hands him the last piece. When the boy leaves, he looks back once, offers a smile so wide it could light an entire alley, and then he disappears into the mist. Mehmet stands alone in the dark bakery, but it doesn't feel empty. He traces the outline of his own hands, burn-scarred, flour-creased, quiet, like old loaves that no longer need to impress. He places the next batch in the oven. Not for morning, not for sale, just because the fire asked for it. And he listens. Again, that night, a storm whispers through Istanbul, not the loud kind that rattles shutters, but a quiet, soaking kind. The kind that lingers in the bones and sings lullabies to windows. Mehmet lies in bed, not asleep, not quite awake. Rain slides down the glass like lazy fingers. And in the darkness, memories rise like steam. He sees his father in the old bakery before the renovation. Before the world hardened, his father had strong hands, but soft eyes. He rarely spoke while baking. He listened to dough, the way some listen to prayer. Mehmet had been impatient as a boy, always asking, "How do you know when it's ready?" His father would just smile and say, "You don't, you ask it." At the time, Mehmet had rolled his eyes, but now he understands. Morning arrives damp and silver. The storm has turned the streets into mirrors. Rainwater pools in gutters, and reflections shimmer under carts and sandals. The bakery smells like wet wood and yeast. Inside, Mehmet kneels before the oven, coaxing a new fire to life. He uses kindling gently, not rushing. There's something holy about mornings like this. A knock taps on the door this time, not from a stranger or a riddle carrier, but from a monk. Robes darkened by rain, umbrella nowhere in sight. The man smiles as water drips from his brow. "You have something warm?" he asks. "Always," Mehmet says, ushering him in. The monk sits near the window. Mehmet places a cloth in his lap and serves him tea. Then a piece of coarse bread, still warm from the morning batch. They eat in silence. Eventually, the monk sets his cup down and says, "There's a story from the forest temple, far from here. A young novice once asked the abbot, 'How do I find peace?' The abbot replied, 'Chop wood, carry water.' The next day, the novice asked again. The abbot smiled and said, 'Chop wood, carry water.' Mehmet nods. Because peace isn't in what we seek, it's in what we do. The monk grins, pleased. "You've baked that lesson well?" Then he adds, "But the story doesn't end there." Mehmet pauses. "It doesn't?" "No," the monk says. Because one day, after many years, the novice became the abbot. And when another young one asked him how to find peace, he replied, "Chop wood, carry water, but don't forget smell the steam. Watch the ash rise, feel the splinters." The two men laugh softly. The rain slows. The monk thanks him and leaves. Robes trailing puddles, face lit from inside like a lantern. Later that day, Mehmet takes his loaves to the market. It's something he hasn't done in years, but today feels different. He packs them gently, 2 baskets worth, and walks slowly, letting his sandals slap in the rain. The market hums. Vendors shout, sleeves rolled. Kids chase chickens between stalls. The smell of spices hangs thick. Mehmet sets up on a low stone wall. No sign, no table, just him, a basket, and a smile. People approach out of curiosity. Some recognize him, some don't. An elderly man samples the spiced loaf. Too soft. He grumbles but takes 3. A girl asks if she can buy half a loaf. Mehmet slices it for her and wraps it in paper, tying it with string. A merchant offers to trade bread for lemons. Mehmet agrees. He gives receives, shares, and listens. By dusk, the baskets are empty, not sold out, shared out. That evening, he returns to the shop soaked to the knees, but lighter than he remembers feeling in years. Inside, he strips off his damp outerwear, lights a small oil lamp, and sits at the back table. No baking tonight, just stillness and reflection. He opens the drawer where he keeps old notes, scraps from his father, sketches from a younger version of himself. In the back is a slip of paper, yellowed with age. His mother's handwriting. Bread is a promise, and promises must be kept with both hands. He presses the note to his chest. Then, as if guided by memory more than mind, he begins mixing a small bowl of dough. No plan, no recipe, just hands, just breath. Hours pass, rain ceases, the moon peers through thinning clouds, and Mehmet stands alone with his new loaf, steam rising in ribbons like incense. He breaks it gently, not for anyone else, just for himself. He eats it slowly, not because he is hungry, but because he is finally full. The next morning arrives in gold. Istanbul stretches under a sunrise that glows like fresh honey, warming the domes and rooftops with a light so soft it almost feels like music. The city wakes not with shouts or footsteps, but with breath. Inside the bakery, the oven is already alive, not roaring, just steady, like a heart that no longer worries about proving itself. Mehmet stands barefoot on the tiled floor, shaping the day's first dough. His hands move with a grace that comes only after years of wrestling, breaking, healing. There's no resistance in his motion now, only rhythm. Fold, press, rest, fold again. There's no rush. The dough will rise in its own time, and he will wait. Because waiting is no longer emptiness. It's presence. By mid-morning, the shop is full but not loud. Customers come and go, speaking in lowered voices, as if the bread somehow asked them to. The space feels like a temple, and the loaves rest behind glass like quiet offerings. A young woman comes in. She's carrying a notebook and a worn expression. Mehmet offers her a slice from a new batch, a mixture of coarse flour and ground fennel. She takes one bite, and her shoulders drop. She doesn't speak. She doesn't need to. She just sits at the corner table and writes. Later, a street musician enters with a cracked oud strapped to his back. Mehmet trades him a loaf for a song. The man plucks something soft and slow notes that curl like steam in an empty teacup. By the time he finishes, the entire street has gone still. Even the pigeons stop their rustling. Mehmet claps once. The musician bows once, and the day moves on. In the late afternoon, a boy arrives, perhaps 13, barefoot, clothes too thin for the breeze. He doesn't ask for bread. He just hovers near the window, eyes locked on a cooling tray. Mehmet opens the door. You hungry? The boy hesitates, then nods. Mehmet hands him a full loaf, still warm. The boy blinks, holds it like he's afraid it might disappear. No payment, he asks. You'll return it, Mehmet says. How? By growing. The boy leaves without another word, but turns once just like the boy with the copper coin and offers a smile too large for his small frame. Evening deepens. The shop is closed now. Candles flicker inside lanterns. Bread rests beneath cloth. The smell of ash and sugar lingers in the walls like perfume. Mehmet sits in the doorway, eyes half closed, watching the world slow down. He's not planning tomorrow's batches. He's not thinking of old debts. He's just here, with the fire, with the breath, with the silence. And then it happens. Not loudly, not even visibly, just within. That final uncoiling, that surrender, not of ambition, not of dreams, but of the idea that he must be anything more than what he already is. He understands now bread does not need to be perfect to feed. Fire does not need to be fierce to warm. And people, especially people, do not need to be whole to offer something good. The oven crackles once, then settles. He stands, stretches, and walks to the back of the shop, where the light is dim and the quiet hums like prayer. There, on the counter, he leaves one last loaf. No sign, no note, no price. Just warmth for whoever needs it next. And then, in the stillness of that soft and sleeping city, he lets go. Not of anything dramatic, just of grasping. And that unexpectedly is where the peace begins. The bread rises, the coals glow, the wind cools the stones, and Mehmet, the baker of Istanbul, finally rests. So now, dear listener, as the last loaf cools on the wooden table and the fire fades to its final ember, allow yourself to rest right here, in this moment. There is nothing else you need to do. No dough left to knead. No heat left to manage. The oven is quiet, and so is the world. Let your breath settle like flour on the air. Inhale through your nose. Exhale slowly, as if you're cooling something precious. You've walked through narrow alleys, felt the city's heat, sat in silence with strangers. You've baked alongside a man who thought he had to perfect everything to be loved, until he discovered that presence is all life ever really asks of us. There's a lesson rising gently now, like dough left undisturbed. It's simple. You do not need to rush. You do not need to react. You do not need to be more than you already are. Let that truth sink into your bones like the scent of baking bread, familiar, warm, and so very human. You are not broken. You are becoming, softly, quietly, beautifully. As Mehmet watched his loaves rise, he also watched his heart ungrip. You, too, can let go now of the day, of the tension in your jaw, of whatever you thought you had to fix before sleep. Let it be. Let it settle. Let it pass. The fire is low. The city is hushed. The bread is done. And you, dear listener, you're safe. You are home. You are enough. In the next story, moonlight spills over the hills of Western Ireland like warm milk poured gently down a slope of velvet. The night air smells faintly of peat and old moss, and a chill hovers just above the earth, neither sharp nor soft, but somewhere in between, like a breath paused before a sigh. Down by the water, you can hear something, not the lapping of waves, not quite the wind in the rushes, but a sound suspended in stillness. It is the sound of a heart barely touched, barely there, echoing just once, then disappearing into the open dark. Cormac O'Donnell lives alone at the edge of a village too small to appear on any map worth printing. His cottage is built from stone, older than his grandfather's bones, tucked between a patch of wild blackberry bramble and the sluggish bend of the River Inny. Once, the house rang with voices, his wife's laughter, the clatter of dishes, a child's footsteps hopping from hearth to stool. Now, only the sound of strings fills its walls, soft and infrequent, as though even the harp isn't sure it's allowed to be heard anymore. Every evening, just after the sun slips behind the shoulder of Lough Derrivara, Cormac carries the old clarsach, an Irish harp with curved arms and the patience of silence, to the same flat stone by the river's edge. He sits, he watches the water, and sometimes, if the mood takes him, he plucks a single note, just one, just enough to remind the night he is still here. No one asks him why. Not anymore. It has been 8 years since Ymir died, 4 since the boy. Cormac does not speak of it. He does not need to. In a village this small, stories aren't told so much as soaked into the mud and bark and rain. He plants potatoes. He mends a roof now and then. He plays, but never performs. Sometimes, children come to spy on him, hiding behind clumps of reeds and daring one another to approach. He sees them. Of course. He sees everything. He always has. But he pretends not to. And then one day, a man appears. Not a local. No one recognizes the cloak, the shaved head. The way he walks like the earth carries him, not the other way around. He says nothing, doesn't even knock at the door. He just stands there, barefoot on the riverbank, watching Cormac as he tunes a string that's already in tune. The silence between them stretches until it folds in on itself, soft and thick, like wool soaked in fog. Cormac doesn't ask his name. That would be a kind of rudeness here. And the man offers nothing. Just a slow nod and a look in his eyes, like he's heard this song before. Long ago, maybe in another life, maybe under a different moon. That first evening, the harpist plays one note, just one. The man bows slightly, turns, and walks away. His footprints fill with mist before fading entirely. Cormac returns the next night, as always. So does the man. Each night, the pattern repeats, no words, no gestures, just presence. And after a week, the man leaves behind a small object on the stone beside the harp, a single white feather. Cormac picks it up, turns it in his palm. It's not from any bird he knows. Too soft, too straight, almost deliberate. The next day, Cormac finds himself humming. The feather stays on the mantle. He doesn't know why. Years ago, he would have dismissed such things. But now he listens. He listens to the wind in the reeds, and hears the strain of a song he forgot he knew. He listens to the creak of his old bones and wonders what stillness might sound like if it wore shoes. And when he places his fingers to the strings again, they do not resist him. A tune takes shape, not one he remembers composing, but one that feels like it remembers him. It has no title, no rhythm. It winds and drifts like the current, like a dream returning to a bed no longer made. That night, the moon is full. Cormac plays more than one note. He plays 6. They fall into the river and ripple outward. He thinks of Emir, not of her illness, not the last hours, but the way she used to hold the lad on her lap and hum lullabies that never quite ended. The way her fingers knew his own before they ever touched. His hands tremble. The man does not appear that night, nor the next. But Cormac keeps playing, not for the ghost of a memory, not to coax grief out from its hiding place, just to hear what the night might say back. He wakes in the middle of a dream and swears he heard someone say his name not aloud, not exactly, but like a bell calling a monk back to his cushion after wandering too long in the garden. He stands at the threshold of his door and stares out at the fog that dances along the river. It doesn't part, but it does seem to shift, as though making space for something he cannot yet see. Inside, the feather is gone. In its place is a small, smooth stone flat, oval, pale, like the inside of a shell. He doesn't remember placing it there. Doesn't remember it at all. But when he holds it to his chest, something inside him quiets. He doesn't need to understand. He only needs to listen. The harp leans against the wall. Still, patient, as always. Cormac doesn't speak of the feather or the stone, not to the grocer, not to the priest, not even to the wind. In the quiet rhythm of his days, boiling oats, chopping wood, mending a loose hinge, he moves with the sort of deliberateness that suggests nothing has changed. And yet, every time his hand brushes the mantle, he expects to feel something smooth, something that wasn't there before. He plays more often now, not loudly, never loudly, but the strings sing longer, stretch farther. His hands, stiff with age and memory, begin to loosen as if warmed by something deeper than fire. The river listens, the birds gather. Even the fox that slinks past the hedge pauses some evenings, tail flicking. On the 7th night, the stranger returns. He comes not from the path, but from the river, as if the water itself folded open and let him step through. His robes are still, despite the wind. His eyes are darker than before. Or maybe Cormac has just become better at seeing what isn't lit. Cormac says nothing. The man offers no greeting. Instead, he kneels not beside Cormac, but across from him, as if they are mirrors of one another, separated by the harp. The old man plucks a D, then an E. The stranger closes his eyes. Cormac plays. This time, the tune moves through him, not from memory, not from will, but from somewhere just beneath his ribs, where sorrow has long wrapped itself into quiet nests. The melody is not sad, not entirely. It flickers between notes of longing and release, like someone folding clothes in a room where no one will return, like someone letting go of the fold anyway. The man breathes, and when the final note fades, he opens his eyes not to speak, but to rise. He bows, deeper this time, then turns to go. But before he disappears into the mist, he leaves something behind, a slender branch, stripped of bark, no longer than a flute. Cormac doesn't touch it, not at first, but the next morning, it's in his hands as naturally as if it had always been there. The wood is warm, not metaphorically warm actually, impossibly warm, and smooth, as if it remembers every hand that ever held it. That afternoon, Cormac walks. Not far, just to the other side of the hill, to where the land opens wide toward the lake. He hasn't been this way in years, not since the funeral. The church sits empty now, ivy growing through its broken roof, stones toppled like teeth from a tired jaw. He sits on a bench outside the gate. The wind is up. His scarf flutters, and that's when he sees the boy. At first, he thinks it's a trick of the light, a glint of gold in the distance. But the boy is real. Perhaps 7 or 8. No more. Barefoot. Grinning. Balancing along a narrow stone wall with the confidence of someone who's never considered falling. Play a tune, the boy calls out. Cormac blinks. The harp is not with him. You look like a harpist. The boy insists. Even when you're sitting still. Cormac offers a nod. I used to be. The boy laughs. Used to. That's not how songs work. Then he drops something in the grass. A feather. Not white. This one is black. When Cormac looks up, the boy is gone. He takes the feather home, places it beside the stone. The branch leans now against the doorframe, as though guarding the threshold. That evening, Cormac doesn't play. He listens. The wind has changed. The way it brushes the roof, the way it speaks in the chimney, it carries a new rhythm. Not foreign, just unfamiliar, like the inside of a question. At midnight, he dreams of the moon, not looking down, but listening. And in the dream, he is playing. Only the harp is not wood. It is water. The strings ripple as he touches them. Each note sinks into the lake and returns as silence, profound, complete. He wakes to find dew on the inside of his window pane. The next day, something strange happens. He sings, not well, not boldly, but under his breath, as he tidies the hearth or slices carrots. The words aren't English, aren't Irish, maybe not words at all, but they match the notes, and the notes match the wind. That evening, he walks again, this time with the harp. He finds the bench, waits. The boy does not return, but a fox does, sits, watches, then leaves. Cormac plays anyway, and in that space, the river answers, not with splashing or babbling, but with rhythm, a pulse, a gentle, pulsing mirror to each string he strikes. The air is heavy, but not oppressive, like the hush before snowfall. When he finishes, he places the harp on the ground, kneels beside it, closes his eyes, and listens. Something moves across the reeds. Not footsteps, more like breath given shape. He doesn't open his eyes. He doesn't need to. Later, as he walks home, the stars begin to appear one by one, as if lit from within, and hanging low over the river, a moon fuller than it has been in weeks. He bows not to the moon, but to the space between them. Inside the cottage, the black feather is gone. Only the stone remains. Only the sound of stillness. The harp is different now. Not in shape or tone, it still rests against its usual corner by the hearth. Its worn wood gleaming with the polish of decades, but in presence. It no longer feels like an object he owns. It feels, instead, like something that simply waits, as if the harp plays him, not the other way around. Cormac begins to wake earlier. Not by alarm, he hasn't owned one in years, but by something softer. A hush before birdsong, a shift in light behind his eyelids. The kind of awakening that doesn't break sleep, but pours out of it like a ripple from a pebble's drop. On one such morning, before even the crows stir, he finds himself walking barefoot to the riverside. The grass is cold, wet, honest. Every blade, a needle reminding him, you are here, you are awake, you are alive. He carries no harp, no stone, no feather, only the branch, now sanded and smooth, wrapped gently in a scrap of linen. He does not know why. The mist over the river is so thick it looks like milk boiled too long. It curls through the reeds and gathers around the flat stone he's claimed as his own. But today, someone else is there. Not the stranger, not the boy. A woman, elderly, her back to him, hair the color of ash and moonlight, plaited into a long, loose braid that rests between her shoulders, like a question waiting for breath. She wears no cloak, just a plain gray tunic and bare feet, already damp with dew. He says nothing. She doesn't turn. Instead, she begins to hum. The tune is simple. 5 notes, no more. But they land in him like rain on dry soil. Something opens. He steps closer, slowly, not to speak, just to be near the song. When she finally turns, her face is lined like wind-sculpted stone. Not hard, just weathered, soft in its erosion. Her eyes are pale, not clouded, but nearly colorless, like 2 windows looking through time instead of across it. You've been carrying things too long, she says. Her voice is not a question, not a command, more like a fact that doesn't need to be proven. Cormac doesn't respond. She looks at the branch in his hands. Would you give it away? He hesitates. It's just a piece of wood, just a stick. But it has weight now. Meaning, still. He nods. She takes it, cradles it like an offering. Then, with surprising strength, tosses it into the river. They watch as it floats for a moment, then disappears beneath the surface without a sound. No beginning, No end, she murmurs. Just the middle. Shifting shape. Cormac blinks, and she is gone. No footsteps. No ripple in the mist. Just absence. He stays by the river all morning, thinking, perhaps, but mostly just being. Later that day, he ventures into the village. The grocer greets him, startled. Didn't expect to see you today. Cormac shrugs. Neither did I. He buys a lemon. For no reason. Just because it's yellow. Just because he can. He carries it in his pocket like a charm. That night, the harp does not need tuning. The strings seem to pulse beneath his fingers, as though already halfway to music. He begins to play, but this time, the notes do not mourn. They meander, twist, pause. A melody unfolds, strange and shifting, like something dreamt by someone else and only half remembered. It sounds like someone walking through a field where each blade of grass whispers, "It's okay, you're late, but you're here." He plays until his arms tire, until his breath deepens. Then, in the quiet that follows, he begins to speak. Not aloud, not to anyone, but to something, to the space between the strings, perhaps, to the old grief, the one that always sat at the edge of his ribcage like a house guest who wouldn't leave. He says, "I remember your hands. I mirror the way you folded the linen, even when it was only us left. I remember how you never rushed the tea, even when he cried, even when I did. The harp doesn't answer, but it doesn't need to. Because now, he doesn't play for the past. He plays because the present listens." The next morning, there's a crow on his windowsill, not large, not menacing, just watching. In its beak, a feather, not black, not white, gray, balanced. It doesn't drop the feather. It places it deliberately. Cormac nods. "I understand," he says aloud, and he does. He places the gray feather beside the stone. The two touch, and for the first time in years, he weeps. Not because he is sad, but because he finally remembers how not to hold. The weather turns, slowly. At first, mornings thick with fog, evenings that lean a little harder into the chill. But then suddenly, the rain arrives, not loud, not violent, but steady, as if the sky has remembered a promise it made long ago and has come quietly to keep it. Cormac doesn't mind. The sound of rain on the thatched roof is a kind of music, too. He lights a fire, folds a wool blanket across his lap, and listens. Sometimes he plays, sometimes he doesn't, but always, he listens. Outside, the river swells, the reeds lean, the trees drip. One night, in the middle of a storm, the fire crackles unusually loud. Sparks leap from the hearth like dancers startled awake. And then just then, there's a knock at the door. Not a rap, a tap, soft, rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat. Cormac stands, adjusts the blanket, and opens the door. No one is there, only a candle, set inside a shallow clay dish, its flame unmoving, despite the wind and the wet. It glows with the same gentle defiance as a monk's breath on a mountaintop, unbothered by the world's noise. He brings it inside, places it on the table, watches it. The wick does not flicker, the wax does not melt, yet the flame burns, steady as thought. Cormac sits, stares, and the memory comes not with force, but as a slow tide rising behind his ribs. He is 22 again, newly wed. Ymir spinning in the kitchen to the sound of an old fiddle playing from the neighbor's window. A candle just like this on the table between them. They didn't need much then. Just the flicker, just the tea, just the sense that this moment, small as it was, would last forever. It didn't, but that didn't make it any less sacred. He blinks, and the flame seems to shift. No longer just a light, but a presence. Warm, aware, not watching, listening. He begins to hum the old tune, the 5-note melody the river woman had sung. It returns now, not as a mystery, but as invitation. His fingers, without thought, find the harp. The notes arrive as easily as breath. Outside, the wind calms. He does not sleep that night, not from restlessness, but from fullness. The next morning, the candle is gone. In its place, a ring of salt on the table, perfectly round, unbroken, and in the center, the gray feather, now dry. Cormac touches it gently. It crumbles into nothing, and still, he smiles. That afternoon, a child comes to the door. Not the boy from the wall, a different child. Dark hair, wide eyes, muddy knees, holding a loaf of bread clumsily wrapped in oilcloth. Ma'am says you gave her quiet dreams. She says, cheeks flushed, this is for that. Cormac takes the bread, blinking. I don't think the child shrugs. She said you didn't mean to, but it worked anyway. Then, without waiting for a thank you, she runs off down the lane, leaving little prints behind her in the wet earth. Cormac sits, breaks the bread, eats a piece. It tastes like rosemary and ash, like kindness remembered. That night, he plays again, not for himself, not for Ymir, but for anyone listening through the walls of sleep. He plays with the gentleness of someone watering a plant he knows he will never see bloom. And then a visitor comes. Not physical, not quite. He's sitting on the old bench by the fire, harp in his lap, eyes nearly closed when the air beside him shifts, thickens, as though a space that was once empty has been carefully filled. He doesn't turn his head. He knows who it is, the monk, or the traveler, or whatever he was. There are no words, just breath, shared, slow, complete. And then Cormac speaks, not to the presence beside him, but to the silence between them. I used to think grief was the price of love, he says, but maybe it's just the echo, the sound that stays after the song is gone. The presence does not move, but the fire flickers once, softly. Outside, a dog barks in the distance. The wind rattles a loose shutter. The world continues. Cormac places the harp aside, stands, walks to the door and opens it. The rain has stopped, the clouds have cleared, and over the river, silver and round and impossibly near, the moon hangs low, close enough to reach. If only he stretched, but he doesn't. He bows, not to worship, not to beg, just to acknowledge. Behind him, the candle relights itself and burns through the night. The days grow shorter. Shadows arrive earlier, lingering longer. Cormac finds himself lighting the hearth well before evening, not for warmth, always, but for company. There's a comfort in firelight, a sort of conversation that doesn't require words, just presence, just glow. The villagers notice the change in him. He walks more upright, smiles a bit more. Even his silences feel softer, no longer wrapped in bramble. Something's different, says old Bridget at the well. He's still quiet, but it's a different kind of quiet now, like a bell that's already rung, still echoing. The children don't hide anymore. One even waves to him as he passes, a small freckled thing with twigs in her hair. Cormac lifts a hand in return, surprised at how natural the gesture feels. One evening, just after twilight, he returns to the river with his harp. The stone is wet from a fresh rain, its surface reflecting the stars. The wind is gentle, brushing against his sleeves like a familiar hand. He plays. Not a tune, not really, just sound, like water, thinking aloud. Each note drifts outward, unfurling in slow spirals, and then he sees it, a boy, sitting alone on the far bank. Cormac squints. It's the boy from before, the one who asked for a song, balanced on the wall, grinned like he knew secrets no adult could guess. Only now, he's not smiling. He's hugging his knees, staring at the water as though it's stolen something from him. Cormac stops playing. The boy doesn't look up. After a while, the old man speaks. There's a stone in the river that never moves. No matter how hard the current pulls, the boy lifts his head slowly. It doesn't fight the water. Cormac continues. It just lets it pass. The boy says nothing, but the tension in his shoulders eases. His grip on his knees loosens. I know about stones, he murmurs, almost too quietly to hear. One in my chest. It's heavy. Cormac nods. Mine too. For years. Until I stopped trying to throw it. The boy looks across the river. What happened when you stopped? It became part of the riverbed. Silence again. But not the kind that hurts. Then the boy asks, is the stone still there? Of course. Cormac replies, but now it holds me up, instead of dragging me down. The boy lets out a breath, stands, and brushes off his trousers. I like your harp, he says. I like that you listen. Cormac answers, and then the boy walks away into the trees, vanishing between the trunks like a shadow into smoke. Cormac watches until the forest swallows him whole. When he turns back, a small stone sits beside his harp. Smooth, oval, familiar, but not the same one. This one has a tiny indentation at its center, like it once held something, a seed, maybe or a drop of moonlight. He picks it up, rolls it in his palm, and understands. He carries it home, places it in a wooden bowl on his windowsill, beside the crumbled feather, beside the memory of firelight and dreams that hum in 5-note melodies. That night, a thunderstorm rolls across the valley. Rain lashes the shutters. Lightning blinks behind the hills. The house shivers in its stones. But Cormac feels none of it as threat. He sits by the fire, tuning the harp by touch, letting the storm provide its own percussion. A low rumble of thunder times perfectly with a G chord. He smiles. Everything, it seems, has rhythm. He plays through the night. Not once, but many times. The notes find their way into something unexpected, a new phrase, a new turn. It's not improvisation anymore, it's response. The storm speaks, and he answers. In the morning, the village finds puddles and fallen branches, but Cormac finds something else. On his doorstep, a bundle of herbs, lavender, rosemary, lemon balm, and a note, not written in ink, but stitched in black thread into a piece of linen for sleep without sorrow. He holds it to his nose. It smells like a lullaby. That night, he places it beside the harp, plays a tune so quiet it could fit inside a whisper. And when he lies down to sleep, he dreams not of loss, not of ghosts, but of a bench by the river and a moon that bends close, as if to listen. The moon begins to rise earlier now, brightening the path between the cottage and the river long before darkness fully settles. Its silver light paints the landscape in quiet grace. Hedgerows become outlines, the water a moving mirror, and Cormac, in his usual dark cloak, appears less like a man and more like a shadow remembering how to walk. He does not bring the harp tonight, just himself and silence. The stone is still there, nestled where earth meets water, but he doesn't sit immediately. Instead, he stands with both hands in his pockets, eyes tracing the moon's reflection as it trembles in the current. It occurs to him that even the moon, distant, detached, is moved by the river. He takes a seat and breathes. Inhale, grass, damp bark, the memory of wood smoke. Exhale, grief. Quiet now, lighter. A soft rustling behind him stirs the reeds. He doesn't startle. By now, the quiet visitors no longer surprise him. From the shadows emerges a woman he's never seen mid-30s, perhaps with dark eyes and a woven shawl the color of ash. Her steps are careful, not hesitant, but respectful, like someone entering a sacred space without needing to understand why it feels sacred. She carries a flute. They nod to one another, nothing more. Then, without introduction or request, she lifts the flute to her lips and begins to play. Her music is different from his. No lullaby, no ache. It sways and spirals, winding like smoke from a clay chimney, stirring the leaves, teasing the water. Notes leap upward and then fall into deep wells of stillness. Cormac closes his eyes. For once, he's not the one telling the story. He lets the music speak. And in that speech, he finds himself dissolving his name, His regrets, his shape, not lost, just not necessary. When the song ends, she lowers the flute and sits beside him, their shoulders almost but not quite touching. "I'm not here for words," she says. "Good," he answers. "I haven't any worth sharing." They sit like that for a long time, not waiting, not reflecting, just sitting. Two instruments not being played, but still resonating. Eventually, she rises and offers him a folded cloth. Inside a slice of pear cake, dense and sweet, still warm. "For the walk back," she says, and disappears into the trees. Cormac smiles. He eats half before reaching the cottage, leaves the rest on the bench outside for whatever creature might be hungry enough to find it. Inside, the harp waits. He touches its strings not to play, but to feel their tension, how each one holds just enough pressure to sing, yet not so much that it snaps. Balance. He's come to understand this word differently now. Not as control, not as keeping everything in place, but as listening moment to what needs to rise and what needs to rest. That night, he dreams again. But this time, he is not at the river. He's in a high-ceilinged hall, walls made of paper and light. Children laugh somewhere far away. A pot of tea steams gently beside him, and across from him, seated on a cushion, is a monk with no face, only calm, only breath. They bow to each other, not out of duty, but recognition. In the morning, he finds the final gift. On the harp's tuning peg, a string that had never been there before. Fine, delicate, pale as moonlight, not attached, just resting. He doesn't know who placed it there. Maybe the flute player, maybe the boy, maybe the traveler who never left footprints. But he takes it and strings it. It hums like sleep. That evening, as the first stars blink awake, Cormac walks down to the river again. He plays a new song. Not for the moon, not for the dead, not even for the living. He plays for what connects them all, the still, quiet place where notes dissolve, and meaning is made not through explanation, but through presence. The river answers. So does the wind. And as the last note fades, the world doesn't feel finished. Just open, as though something has been lifted, but nothing is missing. The following days pass without fanfare. No more feathers, no children at the door, no mysterious visitors or gifts wrapped in linen. Just life, unfolding slowly, one morning mist, one pot of porridge, one walk by the river at a time. And that's enough. Cormac doesn't expect anything now. Not signs, not closure, not redemption. He's learned something quieter than all that expectancy is, await and peace. When it finally comes, arrives only when you're not looking for it. He still plays, not every night, not every hour, but when the light softens and the cottage feels full of listening. His music has changed again. Not more skilled, not more complex, just lighter, like the strings themselves have begun to breathe. Sometimes he plays without touching the harp, The rhythm of chopping kindling, the sweep of a broom, the careful slicing of an apple, all of it sings. He finds music in the clatter of a tin cup, in the gurgle of tea poured just right, even in silence. One morning, Cormac walks farther than usual, over the bridge, past the village, up the long slope toward the western ridge, where the land rolls open like a soft sigh. The clouds stretch overhead, a slow parade of gray and cream. There's a bench here, weathered, forgotten. He sits. From this height, he can see the river winding through the valley like thread drawn through fabric. The fields, the tiny roof of his own cottage, the forest beyond, and above it all, the sky, vast, pale, quiet. He doesn't think about Ymir. He doesn't have to. Her presence is in the very rhythm of his breath now, and how he waits for the kettle to whistle, and how he smooths the blanket across the bed before sleep. Love like that doesn't vanish. It just changes shape. As he sits, a breeze picks up. It carries the smell of damp soil and the faint sweetness of something blooming. For a moment, he's certain he hears laughter as sons, but he doesn't chase it. He lets it pass. Back at the cottage, he places the harp on his lap again, but this time, before playing, he pauses. He runs his hand along the curve of the wood, presses a thumb into a smooth ridge near the base, smiles, and plays the first tune he ever wrote, a melody so old he almost forgot it. Ymir had liked that one, said it reminded her of stepping stones in shallow water, uncertain, uneven, but always leading somewhere. When the last note ends, he doesn't move. He just stays, hand on the harp, gaze soft. Then he begins to laugh, quiet, breathy laughter, not giddy, not mad, just awake, because it's funny. In a way, all this searching, all this sorrow, and the answer was never in the harp, or the visitors, or even the moon. It was here, always here, the gentle truth he'd resisted for years. There's nothing to fix, only things to meet. He lets out a long breath, and the moon rising again, round and golden, leans low, like a friend who knows exactly what you mean without asking. Cormac stands, carrying the harp carefully to the window. He doesn't play it tonight. He just sets it down and watches it glow in the light, and the room, quiet and whole, exhales with him. The house dims. The wind softens. Outside, a single moth flutters near the lantern, searching for something it cannot name. You breathe in, slowly, the way Cormac once did, the way he still might. The stories you've heard tonight of grief, of silence, of music and a harp, and the hands that remember are not only his, they're yours too. Each note played was a letting go. Each pause, a space made sacred by stillness. You are not alone in your pain, nor in your peace. Whatever has come before, it need not weigh your breath tonight. Let it drift. Let it settle. Let the river take it. And if you find yourself waking in the night, heart open in the hush, remember the sound of the strings, the child's laughter in the reeds, and the candle that burned without melting. It is all still here, all of it. Even the moon, silent above your sleeping house, still listens back. Sleep now. Let yourself be carried. The harp plays on, even in dreams, even in the quiet after.